Welcome, everybody. Good to have you here. Get this started here soon.
Good to see you, Mayor.
Welcome, Paul. Welcome, Katie. Kane.
Hi, Mayor.
Dustin. Heidi.
Hello.
Mark.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Councilmember Brown said he would be a little late, and I think, or excuse me, yeah, Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Sperry said that they would be a little late to the meeting.
Okay. Well, I've got straight up 6 o'clock, so let's begin with our workshop to discuss the master water plan. Len, this is all yours.
Okay. Really quickly, I thought it would be a good idea to have Curtis Nilsson, our utility manager, go over the SCADA system that we've been installing over the past few months. It was approved in last year's budget. I think it is a good learning opportunity for you to see what we're operating out in the field, and it does tie into the master plan. After Katie explains some things, I think that you'll understand that it will help us in decision-making processes and et cetera. Juan, can you let Curtis in?
Curtis isn't in the waiting list, so.
Okay. Give me 2 seconds. He's in his office, and I thought that we had it squared away, but I'll run over there and see what's going on. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know what technical difficulties we're having, but he will come to my office and go from there. I just need to find his presentation really fast.
That'll be fine.
Good.
Yep.
Okay.
There we go.
And I'm going to turn the camera on. Okay. All right, we're going to rotate.
Hey,
Well-
welcome.
Hello, everyone.
So I've already introduced Curtis Nilsson, Utility Manager. And again, he's going to go over the SCADA system.
Okay, well, first off, thanks for the opportunity to take a few minutes for everybody's time and give you some updates on what we've been doing in the utilities department with the SCADA program specifically. So I got a presentation together.
Just click on there somewhere. Yep.
Where is it? Oh, it's right here.
Yeah.
Geez,
Sorry. I need to kill that and then it will go away.
I was ready to go, but you see it? Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, it's up.
Okay. So last year we budgeted for update on our SCADA system, and where am I at here? So I just want to take a few minutes and show you what we've done and how it's benefiting the city and all the great things it's doing for us. So SCADA stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. As the name suggests, it focuses on the supervising and data collection of the water and wastewater systems for the city. The following are the basic functions of the SCADA system in general. It's a computer system and it collects and analyzes real-time data with the help of the sensors. And it's also used for monitoring and controlling operations of city-owned wells, fluoride dosing, storage tanks, and sewer lift stations and backup generators. So pictured as one of the RTU enclosures at our wells, and we have these at all of our sites and lift stations. So we have our controls where we manually can type in there, and then this is the enclosure, and it just kind of just shows you how complex the entire system is. Some of the advantages and benefits is we can monitor all of our operations 24/7 from a remote location. Having a reliable automated system working 24/7, alarming operators of possible problems, and reduction of costs, and that's generally associated with manpower. Another one is logging of data and data events, being able to visualize and log trends, generating reports, and being able to visualize the entire process of the utility system, which makes the operator's jobs easier and more efficient. And I will break each one of these down individually. So we can monitor remotely from anywhere, basically in the world that we have internet access, from any device, computer, laptop, phone, and that's just a huge benefit to operators. It allows us to monitor current well conditions at the tanks, the lift stations, from, like I said, anywhere in the world. We can change set points, turning off our wells, pumps, any of that. So we can change the fluoride dosing set points. If we're running too high and we need to adjust that, that's a big advantage to us as well. And then, yeah, changing the lead and lag pumps to the lift stations. If one's being run too often or one's not operating, we can switch that remotely. One of the biggest keys for us is the alarms. So in the past, we've had some issues where we've never been alarmed of something that's gone wrong at one of our wells and tanks. And this has happened in the last 2 weeks that we had an issue. We put a third pump in a lift station, and we had a relay just on the initial startup that went bad. And if it hadn't alarmed us, then we had a possible flood on one of our lift stations, but we got alarmed and it really saved us. If we wouldn't have had this, it would have been possibly a catastrophe again. So yeah, it monitors 24/7 and it generates alarms for a variety of reasons in real time. This allows operators to respond to failures to the system immediately to prevent damage to property, pumps, motors, any other equipment. When there's an alarm of high importance, operators are called directly on a phone call. So we never got those in the past. So no matter what time of day it is, if there's an alarm for a power loss, a flood alarm, a signal failure, a VFD fault, fluoride overfeeds, anything like that, it will dial up and call operators. So during normal working hours, it will call the water and wastewater leads directly, and so they can respond and go on site and fix the problem. If it's after hours, it calls the on-call phone first from 5 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. It'll call the on-call phone, and then it'll go through a phone tree, and it calls me second, and then it calls Bud, the water lead, and then Jim, the wastewater lead, and then fifth, it calls Al. And so it's our goal to never let it get to Al because we don't want to deal with that the next day. So, and then there's also alarms that is currently not calling us for, just like an intrusion alarm at the lift station. So whenever we walk in there, we get an alarm for it because we have intrusion alarms and access hatch alarms that are tanks and storage tanks and security. So that's another big feature, is the alarm feature for us. And that just helps us provide safe drinking water to all the residents and businesses of Midvale. Reduction of costs. So another benefit this has is if it's reliable in the SCADA system, it saves us a huge cost, because currently we're going out and we're checking lift stations twice a day on the weekends, and we're doing physical checks on all of our wells and lift stations twice a day on the weekend. So that's going to save us money in overtime. Just simple manpower is going to save us. Another cost saving benefit is being able to respond to equipment failures and malfunctions in a timely manner. This eliminates damage to property and assets, saving Midvale the cost of repairing facilities, which we have dealt with in the past. Data logging is another big feature. So it allows us the ability to track actions that have happened within the SCADA system. When an event occurs, the operator is set an alarm. The operator is required to acknowledge and clear every alarm. So the SCADA tracks who logged into the system, who acknowledged the alarm, what the alarm was, and that the issue was resolved. So this helps us be accountable and know what happened, when it happened, who fixed it, and it allows us to keep track of that type of thing better. We have the ability to visualize and log trends now. So it greatly helps the operators be able to manage the wastewater and water systems. Being able to view trends over an extended period of time gives operators a better picture of what is going to happen in the future. This allows us to better manage the wells and tanks and how the wells and tanks are run. Two of the major benefits of trending fall into the cost savings category as well. It allows us to manipulate water usage to avoid higher peaking factor charges from Jordan Valley water. Following these trends also gives us the better idea, based off our storage tank depths, of when we need to run our wells. If possible, it will allow us to run our wells less, saving power consumption costs as well. So we have to generate reports annually and monthly. We're required from the Division of Drinking Water. We have to generate monthly fluoride reports as well as annual water usage reports. So in the past, we filled out daily charts at the tanks and wells, and that's pictured in the back. That's just our handwritten charts. There have been countless occasions where human error, poor handwriting, missed days have made accurate reporting difficult. So as you'll hear in the master plan following this, I've dealt extensively with Katie Jacobson, who's been going through these reports trying to get accurate data. And we've spent hours trying to figure out actually what was used, because these handwritten charts were just inaccurate and it was hard to decipher what was actually happening. So the current reporting feature on the SCADA allows us to know exactly what occurred at each individual location, how much water and fluoride were used at that particular day, as well as the peak demand for that day. This allows us the efficiency to accurately submit reports to the Division of Drinking Water. So on the left side of the screen, that is just a daily report for what we use that day. Our average flow from each well site, the total flow, the amount of fluoride we used, the peak that day, what time the peak was, and you can see all that's in a graph as well. Being able to visualize the entire process of how our system is run just from the click of a button is just one of the biggest benefits to the operators. It's a great tool for educating operators. We have a lot of guys that just flat out aren't that experienced. So being able to show them how it's supposed to run, possible problems, and what actions need to be taken to correct them, either remotely or in the field, has been a huge advantage for us. Monitoring and diagnosing problems quickly is a huge factor in being able to operate our systems efficiently. As you can see, the benefits to the SCADA system are many. The ability to respond to alarms, generate reports, log trends, and operate the system remotely makes the operator's jobs much easier. This will translate directly into providing a higher level of service to the residents and businesses of Midvale. That's it. Thanks for your time. I was going to share my screen when I was in my office and show you in real time the actual system in operation, where you can see all the motors and wells and everything running, but had some issues, I guess, logging in. So I don't really have that option, but feel free to answer any questions you guys might have. I'll get this back to the.
Just one question. So all of this is operated remotely. How is our security on it so that it doesn't get breached?
That's probably a better question for IT, because I can't even get into it without them.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't explain the technical aspects of it either, but IT was heavily involved in that, and that was one of their concerns as well, and they have taken care of the security issues.
Okay, just want to make sure it's being addressed.
Yes, very much so.
Thank you.
And then the one issue that Sandy had with fluoride getting over pumped, it sounds like we have an automatic alarm when it gets above a tolerance level, so that you're right out of bed and going down there and fixing it, I guess. Is that right?
Absolutely. Sandy's unfortunate failure was a major driving factor in this. We don't want to be Sandy when it comes to fluoride overdosing. And yes, it does call us directly.
Okay. Thanks, Curtis.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna steal your spot.
All right.
You can just hang out here.
I'll hang out here.
Then you can hear. Okay, so as you can see, there's many benefits to the SCADA. And I think that Katie will agree when it comes time to do our next master plan in 5 years or so, that it will be a little bit easier job with more accurate data. So am I still sharing screen, or do you end that?
I try not to.
Okay. Are we still sharing a screen, or are we done?
Oh, you're out.
We're done.
Okay.
Wish I could show him.
Okay. So now we're going to move into the master plan. Hanson Allen Lewis has worked very hard, specifically Katie. I believe she was assigned the task. And she's been very impressed. I have not worked with Katie in the past. I've worked with Marv and Steve and many of the others over there, but Katie's done a great job, put a great presentation together. There's going to be a lot to this presentation. There's going to be a lot of funds potentially allocated here. So I would really ask that you pay attention, and that if there are any questions or any clarifications needed, that you stop and take a moment and let us address those. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Katie.
Okay, can everybody hear me, and can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Katie Jacobson, as Glenn said. I'm with Hanson, Allen & Lewis. I'm an engineer there. And we have Marv Allen, a principal at Hanson Allen Lewis, also is on the call with us today. And as Glenn mentioned, Steve Jones at our company was also instrumental in getting this plan completed. And he's not here with us tonight. I was able to work with many of the departments and staff at the city. As Curtis noted, I think I irritated him to death with my endless questions, and all of the city staff was fantastic at working with us. We really appreciate this opportunity to work with the city. So launching into this, the Drinking Water Master Plan is intended to guide the growth of the drinking water system into the future through the next 40 years. And when I say drinking water, Midvale has a combined system. So we're talking about both indoor watering and outdoor watering. We just call that drinking water as opposed to a separate secondary irrigation system. So anytime I say drinking water, that will be referring to both indoor water and outdoor for Midvale. So with the master plan, we looked out through the 2060 horizon. We found that it's usually not helpful to go out beyond that we tend to overbuild the system or that assumptions change too much beyond that time. So the selected planning period for this master plan was 2060, which takes us out 40 years. And we used the city general plan and the zoning map to guide us as we went through this process. We first looked at the population growth projections in the city. We looked at historical data from the census, and we looked at projections from the Governor's Office of Management and Budget, the Kem C. Gardner Institute, and the Wasatch Front Regional Council. We sat down with the city planning department and looked at all of those projections. And then the primary driver, the city planning department, selected the final growth projections. And so as you can see, that shows us at about 34,000 population right now in 2020, and it takes us out to about 60,000 population by 2060. And some of these projections indicate that the city will grow beyond that amount, and that growth would likely happen beyond the year 2060, and so would not be part of this master plan. These growth projections are significantly higher than we have looked at in past master planning efforts. And so you'll see that there are additional requirements for the system that may not have been discussed in the past. And the primary reason for that is because redevelopment in the city, or at least not a significant amount of redevelopment, was not considered in the past. And redevelopment is required to reach those projections. And so that is considered in this master plan. Throughout this master planning process, we will use the terminology of an ERC. That's an equivalent residential connection, and that's the amount of any commodity that one average residence uses. So in this case, of course, we're talking about drinking water, the average amount of drinking water that one residence uses. And when we looked at non-residential uses or high density development, we would compare that to the average use of one residence, a single family residence. So for example, if we have a restaurant that uses 6 times the amount of water as an average house, we would call that 6 ERCs. So you'll see this ERCs terminology throughout the presentation. And so that's just a way basically of comparing all types of development in the city and boiling it down into one common unit. So right now in the city, that 34,000 population gives us about 13,900 ERCs. And by 2060, we see that it increases to nearly 24,000 ERCs for a change of 9,600. And so 9,600 compared to the existing size of the city at 13,900 is a growth of about 75%, again, the size of the current city. And where is all of that growth going to go? As we noted, we used the city's general plan and the zoning map for all growth related assumptions. We sat down with engineering and with the planning department to talk through all of this development. The planning department gave us numbers of where they expected growth to go and how many units of each type they expected, including how much office space, how much commercial, how much residential, if it was just single family or high density. And then Hansen, Allen, and Luce calculated the ERCs for each of those uses. And so on this map, I'll show where we assigned those ERCs. And again, we are assigning approximately 9,600 ERCs through the next 40 years. So we have 2,100 in the Jordan Bluffs area, about 275 in the Bingham Junction area. And this area is pretty well built out, but some parking may go underground, and then additional growth may happen above ground where those large parking lots were. In the Fort Union shopping area, we have about 840 ERCs. There's a likely annexation between 85th and 90th South west of Main Street, which would support about 400 ERCs. We have about 660 in the transit-oriented development zones and 120 on the 72nd South and State Street area. Then after that, we looked at every vacant parcel in the city. We looked at all parcels that don't have buildings associated with them to determine vacancy. And we determined that if, just a small development here or there, or a couple houses here or there were built on those small parcels, that would support about 1,200 ERCs throughout the entire city. And with all of these ERCs, this is still only bringing us to about 5,500. We're still about 4,000 ERCs short of where the growth projections estimate that Midvale will be by 2060. And so we then looked at redevelopment. And so those 4,000 ERCs are assigned again throughout the entire city, because any lot could redevelop. I was looking through the agenda today and saw that one of the items on your agenda for tonight will be to look at one lot that's going to have 8 townhomes proposed for that lot. And so that's the type of redevelopment we're talking about that could happen on any parcel. And so we're not saying that 4,000 is going to happen on any specific parcels. That will be distributed throughout the city. So that's where the growth goes by 2060. Next, I have our level of service, and these are the design criteria that we've used to evaluate the water system. This includes state requirements, and it also includes some city preferences and goals. And again, several of these requirements are per ERC. So again, that's based on the amount an average household would use. So for annual volume, the amount of water a residence uses in a year is about 0.56 acre feet. 1 acre foot is the amount of water that would cover 1 acre for 1 foot deep, and it's about 325,000 gallons. So this amount per year is about 183,000 gallons per ERC. And again, that's for indoor watering and outdoor. And then the system must also meet the peak day, which is the day of highest water use during the year. And that requirement was determined to be 1,200 gallons per day. And then the storage capacity, meaning the amount of storage the city is required to have for each ERC, is 500 gallons per ERC. And as Curtis noted, it was quite an extensive process to determine these requirements. The state has very specific rules now that have just recently gone into effect, and they require a very high level of data collection for to determine these requirements. And so with the SCADA system going in, we will be able to use the data from that system rather than trying to interpret hand charts to have these requirements for the future and to show those to the state. The next thing we look at is fire flow requirements. Many of the pipelines in the city are sized based on fire flow requirements, because an average household is only going to use a few gallons per minute at any given time. But the fire flow needed on each hydrant is a minimum of 1,000 gallons per minute. That's the minimum allowed in the International Fire Code. And then for non-residential, we looked at 2,000 gallons per minute. And then for larger buildings such as schools or warehouses, we have in the past made an extensive effort to survey those large buildings. And so we've updated that survey, talked to the Unified Fire Area Authority, and looked at several large buildings individually. And so some buildings do have fire requirements higher than these numbers. The maximum operating pressure in the system is not a state requirement. That's just a city preference. We keep that to about 110 PSI. And then the minimum operating pressure in the system is a state requirement. The state requires that on the peak day, so the day of highest water use, which is typically around right this time of year in the summer, that all locations in the city have a pressure of 40 psi out in the street where the water line connects. And you notice this says 50. The state requires 40 psi, and the city prefers to provide at least 50 psi. And that is the average during that worst case day in the summer. And then peak instantaneous is the worst time, so the worst 15 minutes or so, worst hour in that peak day. So in that peak instantaneous time, the state requires 30 psi to be provided. And so the entire master plan is evaluated, the water system is evaluated based on this level of service. The city drinking water system is made up of 3 components, and you saw these a little bit in the SCADA system. We have source, storage, and transmission. And source is all sources of drinking water that are available to the city. In this case, that would include several city wells, and the pictures here are showing the inside and outside of one of the city well houses. And then for Midvale, source would also include connections to Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District, and the city has several of those connections as well. The next component in the drinking water system is storage. And the city's storage tanks are located in Sandy so that they can be at a higher elevation than the city and provide pressurized water rather than having them located right in the city and having to pump the water out of the tanks and spend that expense on pumps and electricity. So these are the city's 2 water tanks. This is the aerial view, and you can see the 2.6 million gallon tank here on the left and a 4 million gallon tank here on the right. You can conceptualize a storage tank as having 3. This is a view at the tanks, and so you can see the ground sloping up to the top of the circular tank here in the foreground, and then there's another circular tank here in the background. These tanks are 19 feet deep, and so you can see they're partially buried here. We can conceptualize each of these tanks as holding water for 3 different uses. And again, there's no physical separation within the tank. This is just a way to conceptualize it. So equalization is the water that is used on a day-to-day basis. So the tank level rises and falls. And so during high demand times of the day, when people are watering a lot, the water level in the tank drops. And you might think that's during the hottest part of the day, but most people tend to water at night because for conservation, we've asked them to do that. And so at night, those tank levels are dropping. And then during the low demand times of the day, which for this system tends to be early afternoon, those tanks are filling back up. And so the amount the tank drops and fills back up each day, we call the equalization storage because it kind of, it equalizes throughout the day. And the tanks also supply fire storage and emergency storage. And so again, the actual water is all mixed up in there. But these are the three volumes that we consider when we are sizing the tanks. And then the third component in the drinking water system is the transmission. And so this includes all pipes within the system. Primarily we are looking at whether they are sized adequately. And then if we are aware of any other issues that the Public Works Department has alerted us to, that would require replacement for any other reason, such as poor accessibility, aging, or damage, we include that as well. And this pipe you're looking at here is a 24-inch pipe on 78th South. And we would consider that a large transmission line that is typically between the city's storage and serving that water to the city. This tank transmits a lot of water from Jordan Valley down 78th South. And most of the lines within the city, just on your average city street, are going to be an 8-inch line. And so this is an 8-inch line from a recent city water project. And as part of evaluating the transmission, we also evaluate pumps and pressure regulating valves. And again, primarily we are looking at the sizing and determining the settings for those. We're not so much evaluating the performance of the pump or whether it needs to be replaced for other reasons. Okay, so source, storage, and transmission are the three components of the system. And source must meet two separate requirements. So it has to meet the amount that you need on the peak day, again, the worst day of the year, and then it also has to have enough volume for the entire year. So first we will look at peak day here. And for 2020, the existing peak day demand is 11,570 gallons per minute. So that is the average during one peak day. It's higher at night, and then during the day it goes lower, and then it comes back up at night. But on average, it's about 11,500 gallons per minute on that peak day. The city wells are capable of providing 5,300 gallons per minute, and the city's connections with Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District currently provide about 9,000 gallons per minute max. So that leaves the city with 14,300, and there is a surplus of 2,700 right now. That looks like a large surplus, but you do want a significant level of redundancy for this, so that if a well is out of service or if a Jordan Valley connection is down, that the water can still be provided. And cities have wells go down all the time. That's not uncommon. And so we do need to have high redundancy for this peak day demand. And in Midvale, there are several connections that the city used to use from Sandy City that are still available on an emergency basis. But of course, that's not intended to be used for typical purposes. By 2060, the average demand will be about 19,600. And so the wells may be able to be increased a little bit, but they'll approximately provide the same amount. And then if the Jordan Valley connections were not increased, that would leave a deficiency of about 5,300. And so one of the recommendations that we will be making is to add a connection with Jordan Valley, and that's north of the city at Winchester and Main Street, and I'll show that. And then we will also be increasing the flow from all of the other Jordan Valley connections. And in some of those cases, it's just a matter of turning up the valve and taking more flow. In some of them, that will require a little bit of work on the valve or the vaults to allow more water to come out. Another recommendation that affects multiple parts of the system is the pressure zones. And so we'll talk about that here. These are the current pressure zones for the city. And so State Street is right here. We've got I-15. And so there's a current pressure zone boundary right here about at State Street, and then it jogs over a little bit east here. My phone is recording me. I think it told me, I told it to turn on. So State Street pressure boundary, it jogs over a little bit. And so this pink area of the city is one pressure zone. The blue area is a separate pressure zone. And then this yellow area in the past was served directly by Jordan Valley Water. And the city has now taken that over, and that allows us to make some changes here. So we have recommended that we essentially combining the pink and the blue areas into one pressure zone. And so now the majority of the city will be in one pressure zone. And then east of about 700 east will be a higher pressure zone. And it's divided into two segments, but essentially these are the same pressure zone on the east area of the city with one sub-segment. We've got the high school here that has been placed into the higher pressure zone, and the 72nd South Commercial District right here has been placed into this higher zone as well. And what this does is allows any source within this pink area to be used anywhere else in the pink area. Previously, if we had a source down here, for example, one of the city wells or a Jordan Valley connection here, it could not be used in the blue area without pumping it up to that area, and no such pump exists. And same thing with the storage. The city's storage is down here just slightly off the map in Sandy. And these are large transmission lines that take the storage into this lower part of the city. And combining these will allow flexibility so that that storage and source can be used anywhere within the zones.
Katie,
Yes.
sorry, can we maybe just explain how a water zone is set up and how elevation plays into that? Just
Yes.
for understanding.
Yeah. So here on the east side of the city, you are at higher elevations. And then as we travel west across the city, the elevation decreases. It's of course most pronounced here on the east as you come down 72nd South, for example, or you would see the same thing as you drive west on 78th South. And then this pink area of the city is flatter. And so if we have a certain pressure here on this east higher elevation side of the city, let's say we have about 100 PSI, then as our elevation starts decreasing, the pressure, we call it a hydraulic grade line. You can imagine it as the height that the water is at in the system, the pressurized height. And so you're at a certain elevation, and then as that elevation decreases, that pressure is still up here and the elevation decreases. And so the pressure that you experience in the system increases. So we have a certain pressure here on the east, and it increases as you drop down.
I might get the numbers
And
wrong, so correct me, Katie,
go ahead. Yeah.
but for every, I want to say 2.3 feet in elevation, you get a 1 PSI.
Yes,
So if
you
there's
get
an
what? Yes,
elevation
that's right.
difference of, 100 feet.
Yeah, then you drop 45 PSI.
So, and that's why our tanks are set in Sandy. It's based off elevation,
Yes.
and it provides, enough pressure at the top end of the zone without blowing up the bottom end of the zone. So I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure everybody understood that portion.
Okay, yeah. The contours in this area are kind of a little bit diagonal across here. And so as Glenn said, this right here where Sandy is a higher elevation, and that allows the water to come down here and be pressurized in this area of the city. So at the boundaries, so whenever we reach a point that the pressure will become too high, we put a PRV in, which is a pressure reducing valve. And depending on how the system is set up, those may be just for emergency use. In Midvale, that's how those will tend to work, is mostly for emergency use. And so these valves are set up by either turning valves closed to close off the pipes, or by having a pressure valve that only lets a certain amount of pressure through. And yeah, so that will be one of our recommendations, is to combine these pressure zones, and that will require some small projects. So you can see again right here is where the zone boundary used to be. And so we'll have some projects on that boundary to increase connectivity where it didn't used to be required. And then we'll need to close some valves and add some pressure valves in on this eastern part of the city. Okay, so changing the pressure zones will affect source and storage and allow the city to use those more flexibly. So we were in the middle of talking about the source requirements. We went through what the city is required to provide on a peak day. And then we also look at how much needs to be required on an annual basis. And so this is in acre feet. Again, 1 acre feet is about 325,000 gallons. And so right now, the city requires 7,800 acre feet per year. And the city wells are able, the water rights allow the wells to pump 4,952 acre feet, and the Jordan Valley contract volume is about 3,100 for a total of 8,037. And we have a surplus of 232. The surplus on an annual basis is not required to be as large. So this allows a little bit of growth right now, but there is not much redundancy. By 2060, the city will require 13,000 acre feet, and the wells are capable of pumping a little bit more, but it is unlikely that more water rights can be obtained. And so the additional amount will be made up by increasing the contract volume from Jordan Valley Water. And currently, the city has this 3,100 to 3,085 acre feet. And my understanding is that that volume is paid for whether it's used or not. And so we want to ensure that the city is using that full volume of Jordan Valley water. And then next, after growth happens enough that the city is using that full amount, then the city should maximize use of the city wells. And then at that point, they can increase the Jordan Valley contract amount and start purchasing additional water from Jordan Valley. Okay, so that went over the source requirements on the peak day and annually. And then our next is storage. So the city currently has access to 11.4 million gallons of storage. 6.6 million gallons is in the 2 storage tanks that we looked at the photographs of. And Jordan Valley currently has a contractual obligation to provide 4.8 million gallons of storage for the Union area on the east side of the city. And going back to our pressure zones, that's this area over here. The agreement for Jordan Valley to provide that water to the city ends in 2029. And so we have some options that we'll be looking at as we go further into this discussion of storage. Now, this slide, the entire slide is for the existing condition only. So again, we have the 3 types or 3 uses of water that we look at in the tank: equalization, fire, and emergency. And currently the city requires 7 million gallons for equalization, 2.3 million gallons for fire flow. And that's determined based on how much water is required to service the largest anticipated fire flow in each zone. And then the city has elected to have 1.5 million gallons of emergency storage. So the total requirement is 10.8 million gallons. And again, the city has access to 11.4. And so we have all of these requirements are fulfilled with a small surplus of 0.6 million gallons, which we're showing here as being allocated for equalization. After that agreement with Jordan Valley ends in 2029, Midvale must supply storage through constructing tanks or renegotiating an agreement with Jordan Valley. And so the suggested option is at this time is that the city will negotiate with Jordan Valley. So the city will pay to construct a tank in the Jordan Valley system. So it will be physically located in the Jordan Valley system. It will connect to Jordan Valley pipes, and it will likely be constructed on existing Jordan Valley property. The city will pay for that, and then the city will pay for ongoing operation and maintenance into the future. But Jordan Valley will physically run the tank and operate the tank. And then the biggest benefit of this is that the water from the tank will travel to the city through Jordan Valley's pipes, rather than the city having to construct a dedicated pipe for that water. And another reason for the change to these pressure zones is we've minimized the size of this area on the east, because that is the area that we will be asking Jordan Valley to enter into an agreement to provide storage for. And so we anticipate that agreement covering 3.2 million gallons of storage. And then the city will need to construct additional storage beyond that. And so we look at the 2060 requirements. So this whole slide is for 2060. The fire and the emergency stay the same because even if large buildings are constructed, they're required to have sprinkling systems. And so the fire requirement is not anticipated to change, even if a very large building was built, and the emergency will stay the same. So the equalization will grow from 7 million to 11.8 million gallons, and the total required will be 15.6. So if no storage was provided from Jordan Valley and the city only had access to those 2 tanks, there would be a deficiency of 9 million gallons. And so the recommendation right now is to negotiate with Jordan Valley for them to provide 3.2 million gallons for the eastern side of the city. And then Midvale will construct storage for the rest of the city. And if we look at this, I have some selected years pulled out here. So the current requirement, again, we have about 0.6 million gallons of surplus. And based on current growth rates, that will be down to 0 by 2024. And so we suggest that, and again, that is with Jordan Valley still providing storage at 4.8 million gallons. And so we suggest that the city begin immediately to acquire property and begin the planning and designing process for a storage tank, because they take several years to complete that process. By 2028, going a few years farther, the deficit would increase to about 1 million gallons. And then in 2029 is when the agreement with Jordan Valley ends. And so if Jordan Valley's 4.8 million gallons drops off and the city only had their own tanks, the deficit would be 5.9 million gallons. And so we're not really looking at a deficit of 1 million gallons in 4 years, or I mean in 8 years. We're looking at a deficit of 6 million gallons in 9 years. So again, the suggested plan is to have 3.2 million gallons provided by Jordan Valley, and then the city will construct the remainder. And for storage tanks, they are a significant enough project that, you know, the construction takes about a year on a tank. And so we suggest building at least 20 years into the future for storage. And so that means the city would need to construct approximately 4 million gallons of storage to go out through 2040. And then another 1.8 would be required by 2060. So by 2060, this 9 million gallon deficit will be made up of 3.2 million gallons from Jordan Valley and 5.8 in the city. And we'll look at these on a map in just a second so we can conceptualize this a little bit better. Curtis mentioned peaking charges from Jordan Valley. And so that's where Jordan Valley wants the city to take a set amount throughout the day, and then you store that in the tank and then use it when you need it. And one benefit of having that 3.2 million gallons in the Jordan Valley system is that Jordan Valley would allow the city to peak off of that storage, or meaning that that storage, the full amount of the peak required in those small pressure zones would be provided by Jordan Valley without the city having to pay any peaking charges. And they are amenable to that because that storage tank would provide a benefit in their system as well. We're kind of mixing the storage and transmission on the map that I'll show you next. And so we'll talk about that storage first. So the storage, we don't have an exact location for the storage that will be located within the city, but the existing tanks are down here in Sandy, and there may be opportunity to build new storage near that. And that would require a transmission line to the city to support that storage. So this is where we've been talking about a possible location for tanks. There's other locations that may work as well. And then the Jordan Valley tanks are at least a mile or two off the map. They're well into the Jordan Valley system. So the total storage that's not shown on the map is the 3.2 from Jordan Valley and 5.8 that the city would construct over 40 years. All right, so the third component that we evaluated is transmission. And we found that the transmission in the system works quite well, and that most pipes are sized adequately to allow the system to function with the proper pressures and to provide sufficient fire flow. The city has been very diligent at completing fire flow projects to increase fire flow over the last 10 years or so. And so the red lines that are shown are a few small projects that are left that will be required to increase fire flow at some small localized areas. And then the yellow projects are very small connections to rework these pressure zones. And then there will be a couple of valves that we would have on the east side for emergency. And then there is one of the transmission lines needs to be relocated because it is currently very difficult to access. And so the city is not able to easily maintain it. And so that is included as a realignment. And then in the area formerly operated by Jordan Valley, there are some transite pipes, which are pipes made of asbestos cement that need to be replaced. So we have those in here. And then way back when we talked about source, we talked about adding a connection from Jordan Valley at Winchester and Main Street. And so that's up here. And then it's possible that the city may be able to redevelop one of the city wells to provide a small amount more water. And so that will be evaluated to determine if that project should go forward. And so that's shown here as well. And then the green lines are pipelines that need to be upsized. And so for the new source, we need a pipeline coming into the city. And then wherever the storage ends up that the city is constructing, a pipeline will be needed to convey that water to the city. And so we've shown that here. This is just a conceptual location for that at this time. And then lines on 1000 East, 7800 South, 700 East, Fort Union, and North Union Boulevard also required some upsizing. Okay, so then that brings us to the funding requirement that Glenn mentioned. And so on the funding slide, I've broken it down into fire projects, the reconnection of the zones, the replacement of existing lines, and the future demand, which includes storage, and then these green transmission lines. And so to revise the pressure zones, to mitigate the fire flow deficiencies, and to replace the transite lines and the transmission line that needs to be realigned is about a total of $3 million. And then the amount to accommodate future growth is primarily because of the storage that the city will be required to pay for or construct, and the large transmission lines that carry that water into the city totals about $23 million. We mentioned looking at replacement of lines if they're aging or damaged. And it is critical that the city funds a pipeline replacement project or a pipeline replacement fund every year. And to replace all pipelines in the city every 50 years would require about $2.3 million per year. This is a critical expenditure because if it's not done, then the city is chasing breaks, and you'll have mainline breaks and people will be out of service at a moment's notice. If the city is able to stay ahead of that with a replacement program, then they can replace pipes on a priority basis where they think that they will be needed next, and then they can probably cut down on many of those breaks and leaks. So this is not included in the total because this is an ongoing cost every year of about $2.3 million. So exclusive of the replacement, we have about $25.8 million over between now and 2060. And then to summarize, the recommendations for the city system is to reconfigure the pressure zones, to complete those few fire flow pipeline replacement projects, to fund the annual replacement project, to ensure that the full volume of the Jordan Valley water amount is used, and then to increase usage of the city wells to their full capacity, to redevelop one of the city wells to provide more flow. And I didn't mention this earlier, but to ensure that the city is protecting all existing water rights. And then to pursue storage negotiations with Jordan Valley. The current Jordan Valley staff is amenable to the idea of providing storage in their system at Midvale's expense. And so that is likely something that we want to be pursuing right away. And then we recommend beginning to obtain property and constructing a 4 million gallon tank for growth capacity right away. And again, the ultimate size of this tank could be about 5.8 million gallons. And so it would need to be determined if the entire volume should be built right away, or if 4 million should be built first with a modular type system and then increase the size later. And then to obtain the Jordan Valley connection at Main Street in Winchester, to increase the capacity of other Jordan Valley connections, and to construct the other transmission projects as they are required by growth. So that was a fire hose of information. That's what I have to present. Are there any questions?
Does this study give us any idea of what the water rates will have to be able to accomplish this?
So the next step in the process is if this master plan gets approved, we will be doing a fee rate study for both the water and sewer utilities in the coming months. And that will provide us with funding options and rate increases or whatever the chosen path will be. But yeah, there'll be a study on that, and then options will be presented to council on how to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Glenn, I mean, the alternative is what, we don't expand anymore or we don't develop more? I mean, is this sort of the path we kind of have to go down for the, you know, if we're going to grow?
If we're going to grow, it's definitely the path that we need to go down. And regardless of whether the growth projections are accurate, there are some of these projects that need to take place anyway.
You know, it was a very dense subject, so I do have a question. Like, what if we get a company or something that just requires a massive amount of water resources, like a data center or something? Is that factored into this? Was that stated? I was trying to follow along. I kind of had my finger on that. You know, would that ruin this plan? Would we have to come back, or would that kind of roll into this? Is that already thought of, I guess?
I don't think that a data center, and Katie, correct me if I'm wrong here, I don't think that something that requires that much demand was considered in this. That would be something that we would have to work out individually when that came.
No, that's correct. We did not include ultra high water users. So when we were looking at commercial or retail space, we looked at average uses. So uses similar to what's in the city already, with the office space the city already has, or the retail usage that's available in Midvale and similar cities.
Okay, I was not that we have that in the line or anything. I was more curious, and I'm super glad that 7200 South will probably have to be dug up a few more times. Looking at that map, because they never get dug up for the water line, so that'll be good change.
Are there any other questions? And I guess just to add to the fee rate study, that will include the master plan, but it will also include future operations growth needs, positions, etc. So it will be all inclusive when the fee rate study comes out.
Obviously, that fee rate study's got to include the new growth as being
Correct.
able to pay for part of this, right?
Not sure I understood the last part of the question there. You say that again?
So I guess if we're going to have, say we double our growth in those many years, obviously we're going to have to double our water connections and the amount of money we're taking in too, right?
Yeah, that will be considered in the fee rate study, the revenue.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Glenn, is the fee rate study going to look at anything about whether we should charge impact fees or not?
That will be explored as part of the study, yes. Yeah. The intent would be to know what revenue or what monies we need, and then options on how to fund that, whether it's impact fees, rate increases, et cetera, and then present those options to council to choose. Did that answer your question, Quinn?
Yep.
Okay. Thought I was muted. Okay. If there's no other questions, I'd just like to thank Katie again for the work that she put on this. She did an awesome job. And I'm glad that I didn't do the presentation because she covered it way better than I could have. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the information. I know it was a lot of stuff that we aren't really familiar with, and you did a great job explaining it.
Thank you.
Okay. I think that's all we've got. And it's 7, Mayor.
Thanks, Glenn.
Good timing, Katie.
Thank you.
Katie, and you did a magnificent presentation, great graphics, very understandable, and appreciate Marv sitting there so gently I'm sure he's gone over it a dozen times himself and was prepared to jump in whenever needed. But thanks to both of you for helping us understand the scope and breadth and depth of this issue that we've got to face over the next 10 years.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to do this project for you. We've really enjoyed it.
Great. All right. Well, I think we're ready to start our regular meeting. See if I can get my agenda in sight here. There it is. All right. Well, I want to welcome everybody to this Midvale City Council meeting on August 4th, 2020. Here we are in August. School starting this month, for better or for worse, in whatever conditions the kids and parents have to deal with, and the teachers and administration and everybody. We're thinking of the elementary, middle school, high school, and even your university students are in a different world this year, for sure. How long? Don't know. But I want to welcome you all. And let's begin with a Pledge of Allegiance. And Chief Thomas, have you got your wonderful flag ready to go?
I do. I actually put my video on and then someone took me right back off. So I apologize for my face breaking the camera. Yes, I have it right here.
All right, let's stand and pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance
to
of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty
and justice for all.
Thank you. Rory, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Robinson. Here. Gettle.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Barry.
Here.
And Glover.
Here.
Excellent. Our next item on the agenda is a report, first of all, from the Unified Police Department, Chief Thomas, and then from the Unified Fire Authority, and Chief Brad Larson, whom I had the privilege of visiting with earlier today, is going to help us through those instructions, notices, warnings, everything else that a fire marshal would like to present. Chief Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening. My comments tonight will be brief. It's very hard at the first of the month to really get a full statistical report, but I've run some preliminary numbers. Our case volume for last month was 1,047 cases, which the month prior to was 910 cases. Just going over 1,000 cases.
Chief, hold on. Could I ask that we make sure that everybody's microphone is set to mute? Thanks.
Okay, just let me know too if I need to repeat anything, but just summarizing our initial cases look like we're just over 1,000 at 1,047 cases. So I hope to get that report out probably within the next week to you to include our first month's worth of fiscal or our financial information for the new fiscal year. I'd like to mention that our SWAT team and our DEU unit served a warrant over on Cypress Street late Thursday night, early Friday morning. It was a house narcotics warrant, and the house is closed to occupancy. Thanks to a lot of good neighbors, we're getting a lot of calls back on, certain people showing up on the property. What we've decided, and this is with Jerry Wayne, is in the future to avoid additional call volume or concern. A lot of the times when we serve these warrants or close these houses, our neighbors call in when people are on the property. So in the future, we're going to look at drafting a small letter from Unified Police that we can spread information that gives the particulars as to whether the occupants or owners can be on the property, in the property, or what they can and can't do. So it's great to have neighbors calling in, but a lot of the times the concerns they call in on are you know, the homeowners or renters or whoever it is has a legal right to be there. And so hopefully we can avoid some of that and, you know, kind of ease some of the call volume. I'd like to thank the city staff for helping me start something that's a kind of a project that's been going for a while, but I think we're going to start making some headway. And that's the property that's at 7816 South State. That's the right next to where the tracks line comes over State Street on the west side. It's a property. It's got really high weeds. It's got a house that's burnt a couple times, and it's a very it's kind of a hot spot for transient traffic in the middle of the night or in the middle of the day because they get into that house seeking shelter. And as I explained to city staff, I have a real concern now with the dry conditions we have, that if someone were to seek shelter and somehow that property caught fire, as dry as a tinder is on that, potentially it could be a danger to, you know, those that might be on the property or about the property. So I think we're going to make some progress on that. There's probably some questions as to the, I saw on social media where there were some questions whether Midvale precinct officers responded up to assist Cottonwood Heights Sunday at their protest. And yes, we did. To kind of discuss or straighten out how that works is when an agency calls what police call the 10 code is a 1033. That's an emergency call where police need help now. Unfortunately, that day, we received 2 1033 calls throughout the valley, the first one being for Cottonwood Heights, and later on that evening, the second one being for West Jordan. And as you know, Cottonwood Heights was a protest that turned somewhat violent. By the time our officers got up there, and we sent officers from each precinct, there were also officers from the radio call goes out valley-wide. So to my knowledge, each agency that received that call sent multiple officers. I did get a report back from my sergeant right after it happened. And by the time our officers got up there, it was fairly stabilized. You've probably seen some of the video on it. It doesn't look good from any of the angles you see, but we will continue to respond to the 1033 calls. It's not something you screen before you go. You just go, and as soon as you get there, we try to stabilize the situation and control the situation. That's really all I have to mention tonight. I'll be glad to answer questions. I will mention that next week I will be out of town. I should have cell service, so if you do need to get a hold of me, feel free. But Lieutenant Malone will have command of the precinct for the week. That's all I have.
I do have a question about the 1033 call. Do you know the extent, well, I'm sure you do, but what was the extent of our officers' participation in what happened? Because you said there wasn't much to do, but there's this call that we can't ignore. So I'm a little concerned about that. I mean, did it need to be a 1033 call throughout the entire valley if by the time you guys got there, there was not much to do?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's up to the agency that calls it. You know, another example is that evening, the 1033 call where an officer is shot in the neck. And, you know, by the time the valley gets there, and you will hear sirens coming from across the entire valley. It's better to have too much than too little when things go really bad. And it's easier to draw those resources back. We don't drain the city, we'll leave resources back, but it's not, a 1033 it's really bad. You need to send, you know, multiple resources. You don't ask why, you just send them. Is that clear, or do you need more?
Well, it just sounded when you mentioned our involvement that there wasn't that urgent need for us. I mean, I know that you and your folks responded to what you thought was an emergency. We need resources right now. But it sounds like from what you were saying, that may not have been the case once you guys arrived on the scene.
Well, yeah, when we got there, it was stable, and you typically don't send all the resources in depending on the situation. You may stage resources in the outer perimeter, so basically your incident commander on a scene like that can stand down resources while en route, and that's quite often the case. And especially if we're sending UPD officers from Magna, they may have never made it to there. I was monitoring the situation on my radio, and probably within 2 or 3 minutes after the incident went to the 1033 call, and a little bit of delay of me running out to my car and getting my radio and listening, I could tell that the situation was stabilizing. And at that point, depending on the agency, if they need officers to stand by and just be there, or they can stand them down and let them go back to their areas. So it's almost like it's like a fire. You get a lot of resources going that way. You can always stand them back, but you never want to short yourself when they're going there.
And just to my second question, what was the nature of our officers' involvement with what happened there? I just am wondering, because there was questions on social media, which I did not get into that discussion at all, whether our officers were the ones who did any of the acts that people are decrying on Facebook.
Our officers, when they got there, and I talked to the sergeant that was on scene, basically stood by, did crowd control. There was no hands-on, but there were young kids flipping off our officers, calling them every name in the book. Our officers maintained their professionalism. Pretty much the physical assault on officers was over probably well before we arrived on scene. But all the social media, you can see patches from across the valley. Some are kind of hard to identify, but those that are familiar with them can see them. I heard a report that one of the UPD officers was choked unconscious. That wasn't one of my guys. I haven't heard who it was or verified that situation. But there were multiple officers injured during that, the initial. And after, it looked like it stabilized by the social media. It looked like it stabilized fairly quickly. So with a crowd of, I heard anywhere from 100 to 200, our officers just stood by. The crowd tended, I know there were 4 cars impounded and I think 8 arrests. And at that point, the crowd went back up to the park, and I didn't hear any more of it. The following evening, and I believe there was even another one scheduled for tonight, some more protests occurred up at Conwood Heights City Hall. They never asked for our resources prior to or needed them as of. And so it was the other 2 subsequent protests seemed to be fairly tame compared to that night.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that. Just with so much people, everyone having a different take, and then we kind of got dragged into it on Facebook, wondering who of our officers did what to whom. So just wanted it to be out there publicly that from everything that you're saying, it doesn't sound like our officers were involved in any of the violent acts that were captured on film.
Correct. We've got no reports of use of force, and the sergeant was up there. If we did any hands-on or use of force, we'd obviously do a review on that.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chief.
Absolutely. Any more questions, Council?
Chief, I have a quick, sorry, Glover, you can go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll wait.
Again, being on Zoom, it's hard to know when someone's ready to go. I'll have a quick, it's kind of a follow-up to your comments on that kind of abandoned building on State Street. And we have a house on Coolidge now where the weeds in the park strip are over 4 feet tall, and it's abandoned because there's weeds in the driveway now that are taller than me, so they're 6 feet tall. So I don't know how much good code enforcement has been for these sort of abandoned properties, but now that I think it's been a major eyesore that people have complained about, I think they've called code enforcement on. But now that there's no real rainwater to sustain them, they're all very dry. And now it goes from like not only being extremely ugly to being dangerous. So we're not really sure what we're supposed to do as a community on that. I mean, it's hard to miss, but it's now very dangerous and unsightly. It's kind of, what you're probably seeing over on the State Street side. So what should we do for that, for things like that? Should we be calling the cops at that point? Because I don't know if enforcement works, or what do you
I see
recommend?
Matt getting ready to chime in.
Yeah, well, I don't know the specific details on that property right now, but I will specifically have Jerry go out and go to that site and see what he can do about it. But we should be able to do something and get that figured out.
Okay. Yeah, it's just a weird one because we know that no one's there, right? So it's just been bad. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Chief.
Do you have that address?
More than
I mean, it's on Coolidge, but
yeah.
More than likely, there's been enforcement on the property, but
Yeah.
I think we can have a check with Jerry. Sometimes it takes a longer process. We do have the ability, if we can't get response out of the property owner, the city has the ability to go in and abate the property and send a contractor in and clean it up. And so we will do that if the property owner doesn't respond.
Yeah, this one's just more severe. Normally, I'm gun shy on, sort of that enforcement stuff because I don't know anyone's life situation. They can't always mow their lawn, but it's probably one of the more dangerous ones I've seen. So Matt, I'll text you that address.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Chief.
Absolutely. And I'm willing to, if you got a problem like that, let me know too. Just drop me an email or text. We'll handle it.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Chief, on those nuisance houses, appreciate the work on that. I guess I'm having people call me and talk about what they can do when they suspect a nuisance house. And so it would really be nice maybe if you could come up with some pointers for us. Doesn't have to be tonight, maybe in the newspaper or whatever. If anybody suspects something's happening, what do they actually need to do? And then once these houses have been rated, and then they want to know what we're going to do to make sure that they're turned around. So, and that's probably not your forte, but we need to, they want to know what's going to happen.
I would love that to be my forte because it really does, the better a community looks, the better it feels, the safer it is. And absolutely, I'd be happy to write an article perhaps, or even a quick PowerPoint that we could, or something we maybe even share on our website. But there's definitely a process, and I explained it to the owner on Cypress Street exactly what I anticipated happening with closure of his residence, the close to occupancy by the health department. I explained in detail that as hard as we try to keep his house secure, typically people come back and make him a victim of kind of the environment they've created. But then you've got the neighbors, and typically the nuisance house, the neighbors are fed up. So when we do something, they're hyper vigilant, which is great. And a lot of times the property owner has a right to be back on that property, but perhaps not in the property. But I'd be happy to put together kind of a quick down and dirty idea. And then, like I said, in the future, we're looking at actually putting some literature out to the direct neighbors that may be of help to us, and then possibly, give them some calm to the chaos they've had to live through.
Okay, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
You betcha. All right, thank you, Council.
Before we go to Chief Larson, I'm going to back up just a bit and give a statement that I'm supposed to give. The meeting will be an electronic meeting, if you haven't discovered that by now, without a physical location pursuant to Utah Code 52-4-207 as amended by House Bill 5002. I, Mayor Robert Hale, as chair of the Midvale City Council, hereby make the determination that conducting this meeting with an anchor location presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present at the anchor location. This determination is based upon the fact that the city is unable to ensure compliance with the guidelines and public health protocols mandated by the state's current risk phase. Thank you. Chief Larson, would you address us now, please?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. It's a pleasure to be with everyone here today. And And you know, if it wasn't for all of you here today, I would be alone. I'm sorry. My wife keeps telling me not to do those, but I just don't listen. So I apologize. Anyway, Mayor, it was great to meet with you today. Thank you for coming out to the station and for that wonderful vintage fire safety poster that you delivered to us from the Postal Service. We look forward to getting that framed and up in display in our office. So thank you. And thanks for your visit. It was really good today too. The mayor got to meet the captain and crew at Station 117. And although that station is in Taylorsville, the heavy rescue out of that station responds to every fire in Midvale. They act as a rapid entry team. They're basically a safety team wandering the perimeter of the building that's on fire, making sure that the firefighters are safe. And if any one of them gets in a dangerous situation or needs extrication, they're ready to respond. So they consider themselves part of Midvale Fire Department, your community, and they're very proud to serve. And again, every house fire, every structure fire that happens in Midvale, they're there. I don't have a whole lot to report on today. The 24th was quite a bit more quiet than the 4th for fireworks. We had some small outside grass fires, but again, overall the call volume was quite low. The Battalion 13, your battalion chief, was the first in officer at the plane crash in West Jordan on the 25th. And that was quite a significant event. And they had a good man in charge there to help the situation as much as possible. I spoke with Captain Ben Shear at your station 126 today. And he let me know that 2 of your Midvale firefighters are involved in a peer support program. Now, what that is a program that has individuals to respond to help individuals and fire crews after they've been on a fairly traumatic call, to help with post-traumatic stress and debriefing and those type of things, offering support groups and counseling. For example, the last week, the crew at 117 responded on the mother and twins that were hit on the sidewalk, and were a couple of deaths, and it was pretty traumatic, hard for the crews. And so the peer support group went to the station, met with the crew. West Valley City had also responded, and they met with them. They can offer support groups, refer them to counseling, and just give them a lot of help that way. Your 2 Midvale firefighters were basically nominated by their peers, the other firefighters in the crew. So they're people that are thought a lot of. They're sent to some specialized training. I'm going to have Captain Ben Shear come and give a small presentation to City Council. I'm hoping to get him the 18th, our next meeting, and just to show a program that's available to help the firefighters. Chief Peterson's also offered this program to dispatch. They also need that support from time to time because of the type of calls that come in. And so it's a great program. We have a captain who's trained, I believe he's a psychologist that's the head of this program. And it's just a really great thing. Your Midvale crews have also gone through the firefighter survival obstacle course recently. They rescue victims from windows, under debris, all types of different situations to just sharpen their training and help them keep safe. So next council meeting, I'll see if I can get Captain Ben Shear, maybe give a little presentation on that. I think it would be good if I can do that from time to time while we're having these Zoom meetings, so at least you have some contact with the crew still. So that's really all I have tonight. Are there any questions for me? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Always good to have you here with us. The next item is a proclamation by Midvale City honoring Mayor Joanne B. Sagini. I believe B was Bagley. I'm going to make it large so I don't misread anything. Hold on. Okay. Proclamation honoring Mayor Joanne B. Sagini. Whereas Mayor Joanne Bagley Sagini is recognized for her activity, participation, involvement, passion, and dedicated service to Midvale City and to the Midvale community. And whereas Joanne B. Sagini began her career as a school teacher while over a 10-year period earning her master's degree and PhD as a single mother, she served 3 terms on the Midvale City Council, retired after 26 years in education as an assistant superintendent of curriculum and staff development at Jordan District, and ended her civic career having served as Midvale City Mayor from 1998 to 2017. And whereas Joanne B. Sagini's passion for Midvale City, she turned down other higher profile political positions to stay in Midvale to make a difference. And whereas Joanne B. Sagini was the first woman elected to office in Midvale, she never looked back. She was an active leader in the transformation of Midvale through the years of her tenure in public service. And whereas Joanne B. Sagini's involvements and accomplishments in Midvale were many and varied over the years, to mention a few would need to include successfully annexing Union into Midvale City, which doubled the city's population and sales tax revenue, navigating the recovery and repurposing of the former EPA Superfund sites in Bingham Junction and Jordan Bluffs, which created a crown jewel in EPA redevelopment of Superfund sites, creating hundreds of residential and commercial opportunities, facilitating the acceptance of the Road Home Shelter for homeless families and the Life Start Village for recovering families, changing of the city's address coordinates to get onto the Valley grid, fulfilling a political promise to make a showcase State Street Bridge with widening of the street, complete with curb, gutter, and sidewalk through the city, facilitating the split of Jordan School District to create Canyon School District to serve students in Midvale, Cottonwood Heights, Sandy, and Draper, increasing the city's senior housing stock, expanding and improving the city park, and providing support for the I-15 7200 South improvement projects. And whereas Joanne B. Sagini was the voice for Midvale City and worked tirelessly while attending meetings from one end of the valley to the other, serving on more than 30 boards, including the Humane Society of Utah, Utah League of Cities and Towns, Boys and Girls Club, Midvale Community Building Community, Wasatch Front Regional Council, Salt Lake County Human Services, State Homeless Coordinating Council, Kiwanis, Rotary, Intermountain Healthcare, Unified Police, Unified Fire, Jordan Valley Water District, and Conservation Garden Park, VEC Consolidation Task Force, Utah Local Government Trust, and many more. And whereas Joanne B. Sagini, when asked what motivates her, she said, "It's my love of the city and its people." She encourages everyone to be a good neighbor, support the schools, and work together for the betterment of the community. She recommends people enjoy the live performances at Hillcrest High School, visit the city parks and splash pad, and walk the Jordan River Trail, passing through the nationally recognized redevelopment project known as Bingham Junction. She also encourages citizens to keep in mind the community's historical past as we deal with the present and future. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that Mayor Joanne Bagley Seguini be recognized for her active participation, leadership, service, and dedication to Midvale City and the Midvale community, adopted on this 4th day of August 2020, signed the mayor and each council member. And, you know, I wish we could have had a life extended there so that we could have recognized her in our Hall of Honors. She gave her life to this city, and she provided this city with so much during her 20-year service, and actually 32-year service as a civic leader. And I think we owe a great debt of gratitude to Mayor Joanne Bagley Seguini. We've named a little street after her over in the Jordan Bluffs, but that better not be the end of it. And I'm grateful to be her successor. She's left some very big high-heeled shoes to walk in for me. She's a wonderful person, and I loved her, and we'll be hopefully having more recognition in the near future as the world revolves back into daytime as far as this COVID-19 goes. Ed, it's good to see you on the screen, and I hope you got to hear the resolution as I read it.
Mayor Hale, I thought that was absolutely fantastic. And I'd just like to say, I think it is so appropriate that this was conveyed on her birthday. I only wish she'd have made it another month so she could have celebrated this day with all of us. But what a wonderful proclamation and what a wonderful recognition of my mom. Absolutely fantastic. I can't thank Midvale City enough for all their support and love and kindness, not just over the years, but especially over the last month through this difficult time. Really helped us by giving us something to lean on and resources that we otherwise wouldn't have had. Thank you so much. This was wonderful, and it means so much to the family. I can't even tell you.
Thank you, Steve. We appreciate that. And I'm going to give an assignment to Kane to make sure a copy of this proclamation gets to each of the family members ASAP so that they can, and if it wouldn't be too much trouble, frame it up so that it can be put on a wall and reverenced. Because
We'll do that, Mayor.
Thank you, Kane. Okay, now to get back to public comments. And with public comments, I have the joy of reading another statement, right, Laura?
Correct.
Okay, this is the portion of the agenda that allows any person to express ideas, concerns, comments, or issues. If you would like to comment on a public hearing item, you will be allotted time during the public hearings portion of the meeting. Please email your comments to Laura Magnus at lmagnus, that's LMAGNESS at midvale.com. When commenting, please limit your comments to 400 words, which takes approximately 3 minutes to read. Please include your first and last name. Include your residential address in the city, though that's optional. And include the name of the agenda item. City staff will only read into the record the equivalent of about 3 minutes, which is 400 words. So please be concise with your statements. Thank you. Now I want to ask if we have public comments that need to come up at this point in the agenda.
Yes, Mayor, I have 2 public comments. The first public comment is from Wade Walker. He says, "Thank you to the City Council and City staff for opening up the pickleball and basketball courts. Having these additional venues available for getting fresh air and exercise is much appreciated." And then the second comment is from Laureen Walker. "Where has the history of Midvale gone? Midvale Park had a cabin from the first settlers. Fort Union has a history that was stuffed in small edifice and never opened to educate the citizens or become a destination of knowledge. Midvale moved the cabin, the jet plane, and the playground that was amazing and put up a parking lot. Where is the cabin? Where is our history? Who are the founders of this area that have been written off and put in place where no one can find them? The Black Goose, the Blackett Mission, Fort Union, the Pony Express marker. Who knows about these things? Who cares about these things? A new museum is being finished and more people during special times will be entering. Will it be open for more than 2 days a week? Could a map provide information on the historical sites in Midvale? Even the Sharon Steel site. That is just a new way to forget the past and the economy that built this city. I'm sure that a budget for this type of project is impossible, but we should bring our history back and teach the residents and children, whether long-term or not, that people came, sacrificed, and died making this place somewhere to enjoy. To paraphrase an old song, where has all the history gone? Long time passing by. May we find a way to bring it back and have everything old as new again. Thank you for this time. And those are the only 2.
Support you on that, Maureen. Thank you.
Those are the only 2 public comments, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go into council reports. First up to bat is Council Member Quinn Sperry, please. I use that baseball terminology because I think we'll get more here than we have from Major League Baseball and certainly from college ball and minor league. Go ahead. You're up to bat first, Quinn.
I just have 2 things at this point of the agenda. One, I talked to a resident today who had some issues on enforcement. And Nate, I know he had talked to you about some things, so I'll forward an email to you to help you as you continue to look at that and so we can follow up with him. And then the second thing is I had somebody else reach out to me about the city appointing a constable. And so I talked to Lisa about that, not knowing, I mean, that's something we've never discussed and not knowing, I mean, why would a city need to appoint a constable? What would that be about? So those are the 2 things that I have that have come up. That's it.
Thank you.
Other than things that will be discussed on the agenda later.
Right. There'll be a few there. Okay. Councilmember Heidi Robinson.
I have nothing tonight, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Paul Glover.
Nothing tonight.
I can't even take it off mute, you guys. Okay. Councilmember Bryant Brown.
Yeah, I just have one thing that was brought to my attention just a little bit ago by a potential citizen for Midvale. There's quite a few older homes that have mother-in-law apartments or full apartments built into their basements. You know, they were built like 20 or 30 years ago. And investors now can buy these homes and then rent them out. They don't necessarily, do the duplex approval process or anything along those lines. But the point that was raised to me today is if an individual wants to buy the home and live in half of it and qualify for the loan, sometimes these lenders require, that it's a like for them to be able to live in the home, they have to rent out part of the home. and they need sort of proof of conformity. I'd like to look into a way to, and maybe no one else has the appetite for this, but I think it would be good for our city that if someone's calling to get a loan approval process, that we, for pre-existing homes that already have had these homes being rented by 2 different areas for 30 years, that if we can somehow make that a conforming use, because instead of an investor coming and renting from California and splitting the home and no one knows about it, it would be someone moving to the house, probably living upstairs and renting the basement. But they need, some sort of conformity in order to qualify for a loan. I think that would be good for our community if we could find a way to sort of help that approval along, because the cost of housing just in my area have gone up so much. I bet everyone can speak to that, and I don't want to block people out from moving in if there's an easy way we can do that. I don't know how easy that would be, and that might have to be something on legal or Matt, but I think it could be a policy that we could create or allow in order to sort of encourage people coming and staying here by allowing them, because usually you have to at least stay 2 years in the home for something like that. So just a thought I had. I just got it. I probably would have sent an email otherwise, but if we can figure that out, let's work towards that. That's all I had.
Matt or Nate want to address that at all? I don't know.
And we could continue the convo later. I just wanted to kind of get it out there now and
okay.
It's fresh.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll give that a look.
Yeah. Great. Thanks.
Councilmember Dustin Gettle, please.
I just wanted to talk about 2 things as quickly as I can. Number one, I wanted to just talk about what happened in Cottonwood Heights and see what we can do in Midvale to prevent that from happening, that sort of scene. Because as we know, Cottonwood Heights shares our eastern border. So there's nothing to say that a protest that was seen in Cottonwood Heights won't come to Midvale eventually. Cottonwood Heights tends to be a sister city of ours in terms of population. Our demographics in Midvale are even more diverse than theirs. So rather than just waiting for something to happen and say how we could have dealt with it better afterwards, I'm hoping that we can have a conversation prior to see what procedures we have in place to prevent what happened in Cottonwood Heights. Whether you stand, what side you stand on, to me is not important in the matter. The important part is making sure that it doesn't happen. So, I don't like the finger pointing from either side afterwards, because of course the police are going to tell you they were provoked, and of course the people are going to say that they were provoked by the presence of the police officers. That's how these tend to happen. But from what I saw in Cottonwood Heights, there were protesters blocking a street who were met with a pushback from the police, let's call it that. My opinion is that the force was not necessarily equal to the supposed or the alleged crime, which is, it is illegal to block a public street. But should that be met with pepper spray and violent encounters from police and protesters? I certainly would think not. And I think most people would probably say that, blocking a street shouldn't get you pepper sprayed. Now that said, I know, unified police is a different animal, which we're always told, this is our police department here in Midvale, and we should have some say on, what we want to see happening in the current climate that we're in. So, it's not just the time for me right now to talk about it. I was hoping to get some other feedback from council members, and also bringing Chief Thomas back in, because I'll be completely honest, I have 1,000 times more confidence in Chief Thomas than I would in the Cottonwood Heights Police Department, and I know that might get me into some hot water saying. However, Cottonwood Heights Police Department had, I mean, I say things just honestly as it is. Everyone knows Cottonwood Heights Police Department has a reputation that's not necessarily good. I mean, they're known to be very difficult. I'll use that word. And their police chief may be even more difficult to work with. So anyway, that said, again, I trust Chief Thomas to maybe handle this situation if it were to come to Midvale in a much different manner. But I would like to have some of that discussion now, just in case we have something in the future come down the road, literally speaking down the road.
If I may, Councilman, I will never stand by, and we've learned really important lessons over the last few weeks and months. And what I saw downtown in the city, where police agency stands by and is assaulted actively and is not able to pull instigators or those that are perhaps inciting the crowd. I would never expect my officers to stand and take that and be actively assaulted and not at least to defend themselves. And we've actually, just as recently as last week, I ordered shields for each one of my police officers, because that's what happened when we went downtown and assisted Salt Lake City. Is we were under their command, we stood there and were assaulted with bricks, fireworks. It wasn't what I won't stand by and let people actively assault my officers or other citizens. Or I even heard Salt Lake City administration say acceptable vandalism. That's not acceptable in my opinion. And if that were to be the council's direction, that's not something that I would ever stand for. I mean, our community, we have laws, ordinances, safe communities. I'd want to keep that. I think the dialogue with it, that we keep active and we're transparent, and there's ways to get through these things and learn lessons at each one, good and bad. But for instance, as you mentioned, blocking roadways, and I reviewed a lot of the video. What really struck me is when you're going through a private community, a residential area, and I get the First Amendment right, but when you have children that are hearing profanity that's just out of control, either on a PA system or from the gentleman that's running the riot or the organizer, that's where it crosses the line of disorderly. And I think we can work through it. But if someone's there to cause a problem, they're going to try to cause a problem with the police. And obviously we want to avoid that. We definitely don't want to ignore it. And that's just my 2 cents. And I'm happy to listen from the rest of the council.
Well, one thing that struck me just in your comments now is that, when you assisted downtown, officers were having to stand by and be assaulted. I'm not the expert in police tactics, but why not just leave at that? Why would you stay there if you're not able to help in any meaningful way and your officers are just being put into harm's way?
Well, the truth be, we're there for the other officers. And, as you saw downtown, and like I say, lessons learned, when they went completely through the malls downtown, destroyed multiple business owners' livelihoods. There is a duty to protect property and life, and that's what we were there for, and we were under their command. We used a ton of restraint downtown, as did every agency that responded. And granted, that night was a special night, and it went on for vehicles are flipping them over, because although one was a police car, another was a citizen that got out and was assaulted, and granted, the reasoning he got out and did what he did was unbelievable. But you have to maintain control and stability at some point, or bring it back into control. So,
Chief, just
Yeah.
to sort of be like a middle ground on this, I think we're kind of talking, at least from my perspective, there's sort of two different instances here. That downtown Salt Lake did involve like a cop car being flipped over and lit on fire, which could cause a lot of, besides its destruction of property, that could cause other, I mean, that could have spread. There could have been a lot of issues with both of those. When I watch the Cottonwood Heights videos, I do see people walking in the road, and I tend to, it seems like there's a few hundred people walking in a road, and for whatever reason, when the police show up, it escalates, and whether who starts or who doesn't, and then people are getting pepper sprayed and hit with batons, and then cops are getting punched, they're getting choked out. Like, it's definitely not one way, but it does. I see them as two very different instances where one, you got to stop a cop car from being on fire or whatever, to, all right, let's let these people walk down the road, because, you know, we do it with parades, we do it with other things. It's not necessarily something that happens every day, but where the outcome could be being pepper sprayed and cops also being injured. I have this sort of middle ground between yours and Dustin's. Does that make sense on this? And so I'd just like to work towards, you know, those, if it's in our neighborhood and there's just roads, like, how can we do a peaceful sort of situation? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's I'm not gonna criticize the way Cottonwood Heights handled their situation.
Right.
What I will say is we learn by each one. I'm sure they could look back and see things they change. You know, if there's not property damage, just, you know, I don't know if you had a chance to really see the words, and it was, they were out of line at a lot of different levels, and I say, you know, the main organizer and instigators in that. But at the same time, yeah, if they're going to go down the street peacefully, or perhaps even, you know, law enforcement can, if it's a large group, keep at least somewhat open so emergency vehicles can get through. I did listen to Cottonwood Heights, and the fire truck couldn't get through to those police officers as well as citizens. You know, they staged out of the area as they often do, and when it's safe to do so, they'll come in. They couldn't get through the existing crowd as it was. It had quite a bit of difficulty. So yeah, you're right. We can work through this. A lot of it depends on really how cooperative the organizer is. If they're there to start a fight, it's not great. It's, you know, I've read a lot about de-escalation, and that comes from both sides. And, you know, and maybe some compromise. But I pray that doesn't happen here. I don't doubt that it has a high possibility to happen here or elsewhere. So you know, we learn by these. There's a lot of restraint, but at the same time, as we prepared, and I don't know if I made it clear to council, this same group, I believe, was set to demonstrate in Taylorsville 2 weeks ago. And we had a plan, and an alternate group showed up, and it was peaceful, and it was just a standby protest / it was actually a good thing, but we pre-planned to close the road so that each of the two groups had an opportunity. So if they work with us, what we found is if they work with us and coordinate, we can make it safe for all involved. And that includes the community, that includes your business partners. We set very, you know, as Sheriff Rivera did in the Taylorsville pre-planning, they got with the organizers and gave them very specific rules as to what is legal and what is not, and let them know that we are not going to stand for them to be take things way overboard as far as the legality.
Yeah, because the Cottonwood Heights one escalated in a weird way where, unfortunately, one of the female city council members, you know, is alleging she got punched in the throat. So I don't think that conversation is going to die anytime soon in Cottonwood Heights, right? When a council member is stating she was assaulted by a police officer, or she feels like she was peaceful. So, you know, I don't envy the council or the police department in Cottonwood Heights at the moment. So
No,
yeah, if we can just learn from
Cottonwood
it.
Heights is a powder keg.
Yeah.
Right now with council and police and now citizens of Cottonwood Heights too.
Yeah, I
that's
agree.
what I don't want to see happen in Midvale, and that's why I brought this conversation up here tonight. I don't want to be punched in the throat, basically. So.
Well, I'll remember that. No.
Not that it's funny at all. I should not have laughed at that.
No, but you know, here's my point, and I will speak of this because she's my council person. I live up there. To film and get involved and stick your camera and insist because you're a councilman to basically insert yourself in a very active situation is unsafe. I saw her I watched her the entirety of her filming, and in my opinion, and I will just say, you don't do that. You give space so that you're not, you know, the police right now are protecting themselves as well as those they're taking into custody. And she was told to get back multiple times, and you can hear her frustration and some of the words and just her emotions are out of control. And it's just ugly. The whole thing's ugly.
I would just like to say, you know, if people are protesting peacefully or if there's profanity, you know, you get into First Amendment rights there too. You know, I can go down the street yelling obscenities if I want to. But if you put 10 of us together, then are we becoming a disruption? Not necessarily what we're saying, but how we're doing it and the manner in which we're doing it. You know, those things just become something that you say afterwards. Well, this is why we did it, because they were doing this and this and this. Whereas and I know that you probably have a plan that if something like this happens, you know, this is what you'll tolerate and this is what you won't tolerate. You know, I would just say overall, you know, spilling out into the street to me is not necessarily something that should involve pepper spraying and violent clashes between folks and police, because, you know, for one thing, your officers are put in danger as well as people. You know, it's kind of lost in the translation that, you know, people got roughed up, but also police officers got roughed up too. And I would prefer that neither side gets roughed up for what should be a peaceful gathering of folks.
Yeah, and I don't know the circumstances to the use of force as far as you know, the pepper spray. I do know that unknown substances were thrown upon the officers. I don't know who started it, to be honest with you. The video's all over the place. You know, the police aren't going to ask you to do anything that's dangerous. So if they ask you to comply and please go to the side of the road, that's best. But there can be that negotiation piece, or perhaps that flexible safety issue, just to allow things to happen. But I'll tell you the amount of just absolute hatred that's spewed, and the officers, even in the video, that took the verbal, you know, jousting from the crowd. It's in my opinion, it's just not right. That being said, like you said, you got your First Amendment right, and we will be professional and take it. But at the same time, you know, you got to back the blue. You got to understand, and I think you do, that you know, once the lines cross, we're going to ask people, we're going to tell people, and if we have to, we'll force the issue. But that's not our intent by any means.
I appreciate that.
With, I have a quick question. With
Yes.
all of the multiple cities having to deal with this and so many of the situations going the wrong direction, is there any additional trainings or anything that we're looking at to help our officers maybe deal with this better if it does happen in Midvale?
Yes, there are already some, we call them POO units, the public order units, and the highway has one, West Valley has one, Unified Police. When we were the sheriff's office during the Olympics, basically every agency had a very well coordinated, just due to the Olympics training and the budgetary items. So that's kind of where we're at now, is we're training without equipment. Unified Police has put together one. They've had some training, and it's basically for civil issues where, you know, you've got civil disorder, I should say, and you need to respond to it. When we responded down to the city, we didn't have all the shields we needed. You might have noticed how some of the police personnel almost looked like they were wearing a snowmobile suit. That's to deflect rocks, bottles, anything hurled at you. Our police officers had riot helmets, no shields, and no shin guards, no forearm guards. And what that's for is basically to deflect anything thrown at you. So we're working on that. Even prior to the Salt Lake City riots, one of the agencies had ordered quite a bit of equipment, and it was about an eight month back order and extremely pricey. So we're looking at it. We're looking to get that into our budget. Like I said, I didn't wait. I just ordered 2-inch plexiglass shields for every one of my guys. It's something small enough they can have in their trunk. It's not big enough they'll leave it at home in the garage. And hopefully we just use it for winter sledding instead of riots. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second thing I wanted to talk about, I'll try to make this faster. So being the representative to the Planning and Zoning Commission, I've sat through a bunch of meetings where a very long list of emails were read in the public comment section of the public hearings. And I think that that's been, and most will agree, has been a very ineffective use of time for the commissioners, even for the people present or people who are listening along. We do have in our policies and procedures the ability to group comments into pro and con and not necessarily read every word of those emails or comments into the public record. And I'm just wondering if we could think about, and I'm sure it would require a vote for us suspending the rules and doing this, but just to put those emails that we've received into the public record by a voice vote or a roll call vote, and not necessarily read, because what I saw today is that we have 21 pages of emails to read. And I don't think that it's going to influence the discussion one way or another if we read what was sent to all of our emails to begin with. So there's nothing that we're going to read tonight that we, the council and the mayor, haven't seen, and the relevant parties haven't seen as well. So I think the important thing is that they get into the public record, and that would be the minutes. So as long as that happens, I don't see why it would be an effective use of our time to read, 21 or more pages of public comments, that some of them now that have already been read in the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I'm wondering if we could discuss that now rather than during that part of our meeting tonight.
We have comments from other on this item.
The problem is, Dustin, is that people want to be heard and they want to make sure that it's a public hearing, that they actually had some input into it. I do like the idea of cutting it down to 3 minutes or so many words per each one, so that the rest of it could be put in, but we can't just delete the public off of, even though we've read them. They need to know that they're being heard. That's just my opinion. And I'm with you. I don't like long meetings, so, but.
Yeah, I'm in favor of trying to figure out a way to streamline that process. My concern with doing that tonight is people have submitted comments, and I think what Councilmember Glover said is they're expecting to be heard. So I think that if we're going to have a procedure, it needs to be done well in advance, so the people, as they're submitting the comments, know how it's going to be handled, rather than changing it here in the middle of the process and in the meeting where they're expecting that.
And we do have the ability, like I said, in our if this were a meeting that we had an anchor location, the presiding officer is able to separate the groups into, are you for this or are you against this? And now elect a spokesperson to present your side so that there's not 16 different sides of the same argument being presented. So we do have the ability to do that in a normal meeting. So I'm not really sure, why we shouldn't be able to do something like that in this meeting. It's not something that we don't have the ability to do normally.
Well, I just wanted to add that a couple of things coming up in the future meetings that next week is Truth and Taxation meeting, and we will have an anchor site for that meeting because it's required as part of the Truth and Taxation process. We've also been upgrading the technology that's available in the Dahl conference room and the city council room in order to help with anchor sites. We still have some logistics with how to keep people safe distances in that situation. But in addition to the anchor site, we're also working on how in future meetings we can actually have residents participate by video. We can keep them to the 3 minutes in hopes that that will help get them heard, but also perhaps move quicker than some of the longer letters that we've been receiving, as well as, how fast should we be reading and that kind of stuff. So while tonight we're still sort of in the old system, I hope in the next couple of meetings we'll be able to make some changes that will allow for everyone to still be heard, but maybe make things move a little faster.
I guess my overall point, thanks for that, Matt. My overall point is, I think the Planning Commission and even, we as the City Council, we've just kind of assumed that we don't have any options as far, it's kind of like, oh, we have to do this because we have to. But it seems like we don't unless we just really want to have all the comments read verbatim, even having them read up to 3 minutes, which is kind of awkward if you just cut off mid-sentence. Oh, 3 minutes is up, you can't finish this thought. That's kind of awkward. But, I just, if no one else has, to borrow Councilman Brown's phrase, if no one else has the appetite to do it, that's fine. But I did want to bring it up and at least approach it from the perspective that we do have options to limit the hours that it might take to go through.
Yeah, I'm in favor of doing this. I've read through them. I've actually had a lot of sidebar conversations with a lot of these people. Had really good, productive ones. They almost all seem to kind of have the same theme, or in favor of or not in favor of something. And we would put them in the minutes, so it wouldn't be like we're erasing their public comments. Right?
Yeah, the public, in my opinion, the public comment is that it gets into our record of this meeting. The public comment isn't necessarily that we all sat through the reading of it. And I don't know if maybe Lisa could chime in. I'm just reading from our own policies that says the presiding officer can take a poll of who's for and who's against, and that be it. I don't see how that would be different with an online meeting format.
Our rules and procedures do allow for that. So if we can figure out a way that, and you want to implement that and enforce it, we can try to figure out a way to do that with these remote meetings.
Do you, would it require a vote of council to put it into effect for tonight's meeting?
I would think so. I mean, it may be difficult in the sense of having that may be something that takes a little bit of time to compile and put together a group and a spokesperson, I mean, because Laura reads all of these And she would have to determine who would be the spokesperson and and what comments she would read. So I'm not sure. I think we need to have a little bit more of a policy in place before we do it for a meeting.
No, we should have done it prior to this meeting then. And, I don't imagine people at home who have submitted comment are just, waiting for the moment when their comment is read, for any reason. It's going to be in the public record, like I've said. I don't think anyone's like, oh my God, everyone come here, quick. They're reading my email, So I could be wrong, but that's my opinion on the topic. But yeah, I guess if the thought is that it's something we should do in the future and not necessarily tonight, then we should look for our next meeting at least.
I think that would be best for this meeting. Do you want us to try to figure out how to do that in the future?
For sure, yeah, because I'm sure you've seen at least part of the Planning and Zoning Commission meetings. Some of them have gone to a point where they can say no more for tonight, which we can't. And I know saying that I've taken up a lot of time now, so I'm not helping, but just trying to prevent something in the future. Another thing, when you have an in-person meeting, if the three people before you get up and say the same thing, there's a chance you're like, okay, they got my point across. I'm not going to go up and be the fifth person to say the same thing. Sometimes that's not the case, but it is likely. But when you just open it up to, hey, submit an email or a comment on Facebook or a comment on YouTube, then you're basically begging people to give you comments at that point, which can lead to 4 or 5 hour meetings, which we don't necessarily have to allow to happen.
Right. The other thing,
it's not that I disagree with you as far as the length of the meetings and the comments, but in order to do this, my opinion is we need to give them advance notice that this is how it's going to happen and this is what you need to do, instead of just all of a sudden they've submitted these things, expect them to be read, and we don't do it. I don't think that's appropriate.
I think you're probably right. I think that's fair.
And I'd love to get out of here in another hour.
Yeah, there are people, I'm sure, who have been told now that, yes, we're going to read these comments, but that's something in the future that we as council members and we as city staff can change our wording of how we respond to people who, communicate to us that they want to, have their say on a particular topic. We don't need to say, submit an email to Laura and she or someone else will read verbatim your email during the meeting. We don't need to.
But, I agree with you. I just don't agree though that we need to have the policy up front so that they know what's happening and not change it in the middle.
I think we can say we're in agreement that, Lisa, let's have you look at the different options that we can do legally for future meetings, and then we can make a decision, right?
Okay. All right.
Well, I tried for tonight. Let everyone know. I want it in the record. Laura, I'm going to email you and I want you to read my email about this.
You have to limit it to 3 minutes.
Okay,
Okay. Okay, that's it for me. Thanks, everyone.
Good discussion. My comments, I'm going to limit to one event I attended yesterday. It was a groundbreaking for a new charitable business on State Street, right across the street almost from Paul's business, called I Care, and then the number 4 Kids. It's a charitable organization to help school children who need glasses in order to see, in order to get good grades, in order to progress in life, in order to live a life. And we had the opportunity to hear from Sean Reyes, our Utah State Attorney General, and Dr. Mark Babbitts, who's the Deputy Director of the Utah State Department of Health, and the founder of the I Care for Kids, Dr. Joseph Carbone. And they're very dedicated to that charity. And I would recommend it as one that if people want to contribute to help children advance throughout literally the rest of their mortal life, that would be one to put a few dollars in. They're asking for as little as $35 a month from anybody. And it's on a website, I Care for Kids. So it was a fun day. It's a great location. State Street is a great location for a business like that, because who from around the state of Utah coming to pick up eyeglasses can't find an address on State Street? That's about as easy a place as there is in Utah. Okay, that's my report. City Manager Kane Loader.
Thanks, Mayor. I think in consideration of the city council and the night you have ahead of you, I'll withhold comments. We don't have anything to report. We've got 2 other meetings this month to report to you, so we will withhold our comments.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to Public Works report and ask Glenn to give us a brief report on the Public Works.
I will keep it brief, Mayor. Thank you. Just a quick update on COVID. Last week we had whole division out for a few days. That would have been the Parks Division. So 3 people. Test results came back and we had them back within a few days, but we did have to have streets and storm cover a burial and do some other help there with the park. So I just wanted to thank streets and make people aware that COVID is still affecting our operations here and there. The community center is wrapping up. The next couple of weeks, we should be doing at least a final inspection on it. And then shortly after that, we can hopefully give a tour and go from there. Streets and actually the storm drain crew today found some missing infrastructure up around 7200 South and 9th East by the McDonald's. During major rainstorms, it flooded out into 72 along the bus stop and stuff there. So they did find a pipe and a box and got it all cleaned up and raised, and that issue should go away. So hopefully in the next storm, we won't have that issue. And I'm going to stop there to keep it short. Are there any questions or concerns or anything that from Mayor or Council that Public Works needs to address? Okay, thanks for your time.
Thanks, Ben. Okay, I'm gonna go back over. Okay, I just want to remind everyone that during this portion, if you would like to comment on a public hearing item, please send your comment to Laura Magnus at LMAGNESS@midvale.com. Limit them to 400 words. Include your first and last name and your city of residence, though it's optional. Please include the name of the agenda item in your subject line. City staff will only read into the record the equivalent of about 3 minutes, so please be concise in your statements.
Mayor Hale.
Yeah.
One other thing to just add really quick, as an addition to your comments previously, is just in case there's any confusion by either the council or anyone listening to the meeting, is that the methods that you listed are the only methods that we're going to be using for public comment, and we will not specifically be using Facebook comments as a method of providing comments during the public hearing. Just I was asked to clarify that.
Thank you. Okay, we'll have our first public hearing then to consider a proposed zoning ordinance text amendment to reduce parking requirements for affordable housing projects in the RM25 zone. Alex Murphy, would you give us some details?
We need to move into a public hearing, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Paul. Would you give a
I
motion?
motion that we move into a public hearing.
Second.
You have a motion and a second to begin our public hearing. Any comments or questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are now in a public hearing on the aforementioned subject. Alex?
Great, thanks, Mayor, and good evening, everybody. One other thing I wanted to clarify following Matt's comments are the packet that you got for this meeting does have comments in it from the Planning Commission meetings, just so you could see what those comments were. We're not going to be reading those ones into the meeting today. We're just going to be reading the new comments that we've got specifically for this meeting. So looking through the packet, it might look like there's a lot more comments than I think we'll actually get to. Laura has the full list and she'll be reading those in when we get to that point in the meeting. Okay, let me share my screen. So today we're going to talk about the most enjoyable topic that we ever talk about, which is parking. In the RM25 zone, let me back up a step actually. In 2001, the city rewrote its zoning ordinance following annexation of the Fort Union area. At that time, when we rewrote that ordinance, we took the county's ordinances for the eastern half-ish of the city and the existing city ordinance for the western side and created what we have largely in effect today. So we haven't really changed a whole lot of the zoning ordinance since then. We've added some new zones like Jordan Bluffs and Bingham Junction. We've tweaked some zones dealing with minor things like fencing and setbacks and such. But many of those zones still exist today in the format that they existed largely in 2001. RM25 is one of those. It was created at that time and has only really seen kind of minor updates since then. And its design standards were based on largely kind of the thinking about planning and development that existed in the 90s. So it's now approaching kind of 30 years old, and you can see that with some of the standards. They don't really match what planning theory is really kind of pushing for in the modern era. And parking is one of these specific standards. Our parking standards in the RM25 zone are based on bedroom count per unit, ranging from 1.5 to 2.5 per bedroom, plus one space for every 4 units for guest stalls. There's no flexibility in the standard, no opportunity for reductions. It's you meet it or you don't, and if you don't meet it, you don't get an approved project. So it ends up resulting in a lot of parking. Ms. Webb, representing Housing Connect, has requested the city provide a parking reduction for affordable housing projects specifically in this zone. And we've got that here. What it would do is allow a reduction in this parking count by 20%. It would only apply to the per bedroom calculation, that 1.5 to 2.5. It would not apply to guest parking stalls. And it would be limited to projects that provide affordable housing units for households making 60% of the area median income or less. And those projects would need to be deed restricted and provide proof that they're providing that housing. This is something that we've talked a lot about recently over the last couple of years as we've been developing new ordinances and new plans. And as part of the request, Ms. Webb and staff have really put together kind of 3 reasons that we think that this is worth pursuing. The first, and those 3 reasons are, we've got a parking study, we've got a precedent, and then we've got the housing plan that was adopted last year. So on the first front, Housing Connect provided a study from Hales Engineering. It looked at the Bud Bailey Apartments project in Mill Creek, which Housing Connect feels is fairly representative of affordable housing projects generally, and had Hales take a look at what they provide and what their demand looks like. So you can see here that the unit mix ranging from 1 to 4 bedrooms. And then at the bottom here, the demand versus supply. So on site, Bud Bailey provides 218 parking stalls, about 1.6 stalls per unit. And then at peak demand, which Hales estimates to be at midnight on a weekday, they found only about 155 vehicles were out there using those parking stalls, or a use of about 1.14 stalls per unit. If we compare this to our parking standards, which I'll get to in a little bit more detail in a second, our parking standard would actually require over 300 stalls for this project. So not only are we far outpacing what Mill Creek was required for this project when it was developed, but we're almost doubling the required supply. So half of those stalls would end up empty. In a similar vein, San Diego, which don't jump down my throat quite yet. I know San Diego's not Midvale, but San Diego found that affordable housing projects generally have a much lower vehicle utilization rate. So they need fewer parking stalls than comparable market rate rental projects in general. They found that, so that really kind of matches what Hales was seeing. They found those residents own fewer cars, and then also that rate decreases, that ownership and utilization decreases pretty dramatically as income rates decrease. So when we're looking at the very low incomes, like 20% median income sorts of households, they really struggle to own vehicles. And so it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to require parking stalls for households that don't have vehicles, really. Again, I get that San Diego isn't Midvale. They are two very, very different markets, but the findings in that study kind of hold true generally for affordable housing projects. So I included a copy of their summary in the staff report so that everybody could take a look, but this slide here kind of breaks it down for you. The second really facet of this that we recommend using to support this reduction really is that we've got a precedent in the ordinance already. So this slide has a lot of numbers on it, but you can see, looking through the different zones that we've got shown here, that RM25 has the highest parking standard for a multifamily project in the entire city. And as we've created new zones and modified new zones in the years since, those numbers have been revised down a little bit. They're not dramatic changes, but they are changes. So for instance, our Jordan Bluffs zones range from 1.5 to 2 instead of 1.5 to 2.5. Our Main Street form-based code that just got adopted earlier this year goes from 1.5, or goes from 1 to 2, even a little farther below that. And our transit-oriented zones have some good numbers too, where they're based on distance to the track station and range from 1 to 2, 2.5-ish. This reduction that we're talking about today is actually already in the ordinance. It's in both Jordan Bluffs zones, the sub-areas 1 through 3 and sub-area 4, where we do have the exact same language that we're proposing today for RM25. So those zones, even though they have the lower parking standards already, go even further and say affordable housing projects can have a 20% reduction in those bedroom count or bedroom requirements. If we go back to our Bud Bailey example, and we apply that standard across every zone in the city, you can see it kind of results in a wide range of parking needs. So on the low end, you've got Main Street, which would require 136 stalls. On the high end, you've got RM25, which would be 306. Most of our zones would end up with more stalls than that parking study found were necessary. Remember, that was about 155. Main Street's the only one that drops below it. And realistically, nobody would build fewer stalls than they need for that kind of project anyway. So you're probably going to be seeing somewhere in that 150 to 200 range anyway. Even with the reduction, you can see here kind of on that second line that we're looking at a difference in about 50 stalls overall from existing language to the proposed language for Bud Bailey specifically. But they're still well above what they observed as peak demand on that project. Let's see. Finally, the housing plan recognized the cost of parking and its impacts on housing affordability, and provided some recommendations for the city as we move forward into modifying parking and other development standards and encouraging redevelopment and housing development generally. So it recommends reducing the amount of unnecessary or excess parking for housing projects generally. That it specifically pushes for those in transit-oriented development areas, but also says that it's a good recommendation for areas with good transportation links, Most of our RM25 zones are in these areas, these transportation networks like State Street and Fort Union Boulevard, Center Street, Union Park, etc., which you can see here. So when we went through the Planning Commission with this request, there were a number of concerns that kind of came up as we talked to the members of the public about this topic. First, there was some concern that it would apply to essentially every kind of project that happened in every zone. That's not the case. As requested, it's only for RM25 zones. So it would only be those areas shown here on this map, plus anywhere that might get rezoned to that in the future. It does not apply to anything like single family or transit-oriented development or any of those other zones. That would require a full separate text amendment and other public hearing processes. It only applies to affordable housing projects, so it would not apply to multifamily generally. And that's because we're looking at trying to cater this sort of provision specifically to projects where it will help, where it'll help decrease the cost of housing, provide more opportunities throughout the city, which aren't as necessary when we get to that market rate type of project. And then finally, it's not necessarily applicable to existing projects. So even if there is an existing project that has the 60% AMI limit, has that deed restriction and everything on there, they're not really going to be getting rid of their parking stalls anytime soon. We're not going to see projects coming in and saying, hey, I don't have to provide these anymore, so I'm just going to tear them up. If they did, they could theoretically do that. They'd have to go through a full site plan review process and include some public hearings on it, most likely, depending on the scale of the project that they're doing. So we're really looking at this for future development projects, not existing ones, and not necessarily for any one project either. We do have the next item to talk about a specific project in this zone, but this change would be for any affordable housing project in the RM25 zone, not just one in particular. So the Planning Commission, when we talked about this with them last month, they agreed with the staff recommendation and passed a positive recommendation to the council to consider approving this proposed change. So we put together an ordinance. It's in your packet and recommend that it get approved here as well. Any questions?
Alex, it was a 2-2 vote broken by the chair, right?
Should have written this down. I can check for you. Give me just a second.
Pretty sure that it was.
Yeah, that's this one. I think this one was the 3-2, and then the next one was a 5-0. But let me just double check really quick. Anything else in the meantime while I'm looking that up?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say that you know, I watched a small project be built in the closest area possible to a track station, and they have far exceeded their allowable limits without a decrease. So I understand in some areas of the country there is this discussion that if you live by these locations, at least in Midvale, currently it doesn't seem to be playing out that way. Like I said, Roosevelt on any given day is a one-way street, and if you leave your house between 8 and 9 in the morning, you'll see 6 to 10 people leave those townhomes and go to these 6 to 10 cars on Roosevelt. So I'm definitely not in favor of decreasing any parking. Our standard parking apparently isn't enough, so I don't know why we would even consider this.
I would point out that the project you're referring to is not only in a different zone,
right?
GOT
That's my
versus
point.
RM25.
Mhm.
It has a lower requirement already, and it's not an affordable housing project. So they're not directly comparable.
Well, they're comparable to the extent that we're saying if people live by here, they're going to have less cars because they'll travel. I mean, that's why we got sold that it's okay to do that in the TOD zone. Was, hey, if we can have less parking in the TOD zone because people will travel, they'll use public transit, which they don't. So if we're going to make a different argument, like, hey, we can have less parking because of X. Well, the first time we heard that, it didn't work. So I don't know why we think that argument would continue to work, because maybe it works in San Diego, which I just don't. Until we see it work one time, I don't know why we would continually try to find ways to limit parking, because so far what we've been told doesn't actually work in Midvale. That was more my point, not that it's apples to apples.
Yeah, I have to agree with Brian on that one. I mean, as I was reviewing the packet and thinking about this and the studies, I had the same thought. Is we were presented information for these studies with the TOD zone, and if you live in near a TOD zone or in it, the idea would be to use public transportation and not have the vehicles, and that has not played out that way. And then we've had, I mean, how many projects have come before us, either looking for new development, or we've lamented the fact afterwards about there's not enough parking and we need more parking. I mean, I even brought up, I think in June or July in one of the meetings, that I would like to see us going back and looking at some of these developments and requiring more parking, because that's a constant issue we're having. And Alex, I get this, that it's affordable housing, and again, saying because of their income level, they'll probably have less cars. But and that could be true, but I have a hard time believing that based on, we were given studies that a similar thing would happen with the TOD zone, and it has not materialized, just like Brian said. So that's my heartburn that I have with lowering the parking in any of our zones. And even if we go back and look at the housing plan that we passed and form-based zoning, some of the hangups that we had on those was talking about parking. So it's something that we've been discussing a lot, and more of the concern of we don't have enough. And so to reduce it, I think is just counterproductive to what we've been wanting to see and discussing.
If I may interject, my name is Jeremy Rooney. I'm with Housing Connect, who is the current property owner of the site and behind the request. I just would like to maybe point out that your concerns are valid, very valid. Nobody wants to underpark a development, including the developer. We as Housing Connect provide affordable housing throughout the county, and we operate thousands of units throughout the county and the county only. We are developers only within Salt Lake County. So we feel that we have a pretty good idea of what affordable housing needs to look like, and that includes parking. Secondly, there were 2 letters in particular that were in opposition to this, to the development or the rezone from residents within our own community. And they had valid concerns, and we've addressed those. However, they indicated that they did not have vehicles. And those were 2 unsolicited letters to the Planning and Zoning Commission that specifically stated they did not own a vehicle. And so that was basically 8% of the current residents on site. And you can look through those, I don't recall the actual name of the individual, but there were 2 instances. So I would like to just point out that there is evidence already on the public minutes indicating that no vehicles are in 2 households, and not all households express comment. So I would also like to point that out. Thirdly, we will be the property manager of this site, as we have been for since 1973, when we took ownership of the site. And so as such, we will have property management on site that will allow us to remove any sort of issues that would, or parked cars, dead cars, things that aren't working in a parking stall. We'll be able to actively remove those. So all stalls will be very active. Thirdly, or fourthly, the site design has accessibility only to 7200 South. We do not have this site in particular for we're seeking this for Sunset Gardens. We don't have access to any residential streets where there's overflow, as the concern's been voiced in other areas. And then let's see, one other item. Lastly, we have lenders and investors that will be looking at this development as well. And so they are putting millions of dollars into the development. And as such, they too will be underwriting this development from a parking perspective. And so we don't get funding unless we can demonstrate what we are proposing to you. And we've done this successfully at Bud Bailey, which has been in operation for 3 years. I invite any of you to come down and take a look at the site and it has access to transit, and people do use it, and it's the same clientele that we will have here. And so I hear the concerns that you have generally for market rate, and I'm in agreement. Most market rate developments generally are underparked. But this is not, the same argument cannot be had for affordable housing. And so I would welcome any of you council members to come down to Bud Bailey, and we can walk the site any day of the week, any time of the day, to observe what this study shows. So anyway, I would just like to bring those items to point. And Janice Kimball, our CEO, she is also on the line or on the call or video. So I don't know if she has anything else to provide as well.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Real quick, sorry, Janice, you're muted still. But to answer Council Member Gettle's question, the vote from the Planning Commission was 3-2 on this particular item, the text amendment.
I have no comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Anybody else like to comment on this?
I think the general concept makes sense. I do, you know, it's interesting that we chose a survey from San Diego, and I understand, you know, everyone, you know, hates to be compared to California here in Utah for some reason, one reason or another. As a non-native Utahn, it doesn't bother me as much as it does some others. But I would say, you know, if you've spent time in San Diego, you know, transit's not, unless you live in the downtown of San Diego, transit's actually pretty difficult there. So I would trust that the numbers are probably similar to here, because again, if you don't have a car and you live in Midvale, you're most likely going to work very close to where you live. You know, and I think that's probably the same as it is in San Diego. So I don't mind that comparison too much. But we do have our own affordable housing communities here in Midvale that I think we could have surveyed rather than relying on, you know, just one nearby affordable housing community survey. Because we have right over here, we have Florentine Villas, which is an affordable housing community that we probably could have just, someone could have taken a look at their parking situation over there. I think that would have been a pretty apt comparison as to, you know, what we could expect. And, you know, as I live close to Florentine Villas, I've been there enough to opine that what you're saying about parking in Florentine Villas is probably true. They do tend to have a lot more open parking spots in Florentine Villas than they do in other communities nearby. So, you know, a lot of it's adding up to me to make sense. It's just one of those topics politically from a council member's perspective that is toxic because once you know, if you raise the topic of lowering parking standards in the community, people just assume it's going to be in their neighborhood, that next opportunity to do so. So those are my initial thoughts. I'll be interested to hear read aloud some of the public comments that we may not have gotten to yet.
Okay.
And I would also point out that the parking study made mention that 111 stalls. Well, that's for the actual project. But anyway, I don't have any other comment. I'm sorry.
Okay, Alex, do you have some public comments that we need to go through on this?
So I actually had not received any for this project. Laura was going to handle reading those off if we had any, so hopefully she can chime in.
Okay, Laura.
Yes, I do have some public comments. The first one I have is from Lorene Butler. I wish to reiterate my opposition to the request that parking be reduced in high-density housing developments. It will be and has been dangerous, cluttered, and intrusive for surrounding neighborhoods and road crews. Not providing the best and safest parking options is a concern for those that live in and around those facilities. I urge you with much energy that you not change this, People drive and have cars. They need a place to put them and be able to invite people to visit them with sufficient parking spaces. Our family cannot visit our daughter's apartment because of lack of space. Then I have another one from Mr. Wade Walker. I strongly urge the City Council to vote against this proposed change in parking requirements for affordable housing projects. I think the city has been going the wrong direction the past few years in reducing parking requirements in the newer developments in the city, and I think this proposed change is also a step in the wrong direction. I don't disagree with the findings of the parking study that parking demand is lower for affordable housing projects than it is for market rate projects. That statement is logical and makes sense even without any supporting studies. But I completely disagree that Midvale's current RM25 standards are excessive, even for affordable housing projects. You don't have to go to a study 9 years old in a city 750 miles from here to study parking in Midvale, nor do you have to go to an applicant-provided, privately funded study of the Bud Bailey apartments. If you want to study parking in Midvale, all you have to do is drive around any of our newer housing projects in Midvale, including affordable housing projects like the Station Apartments on Center Street, and see how many cars are parked along the street overnight due to the lack of adequate parking in the complexes themselves. As a personal example, there is a truck parked in front of my house every night from an apartment complex a block away due to the lack of adequate parking at his complex and the lack of any street parking on the streets immediately adjacent to his complex. As a side note, street parking itself brings a whole host of ills, including increased crime and decreased visibility and safety within neighborhoods. The argument that families living in affordable housing or close to public transit, such as tracks, have fewer than 2 cars in today's world, particularly here in Utah, is a false argument. In fact, in many affordable housing complexes, multiple roommates or families share apartments, intergenerational families live together, young married couples are both working as they embark on new careers, and both parents in a 2-parent family are most likely working to make ends meet. The argument that there will be fewer than 2 cars per unit in these households is illogical and inaccurate based on actual anecdotal I can't say that word, evidence right here in Midvale. He did say another paragraph, but I am keeping all of these comments to the 400-word limit, which is approximately 3 minutes. But I do want all of the residents to know that all of their comments, the complete comments, were sent to the City Council before the meeting, so the City Council members had the opportunity to read your entire comments.
And Laura, the whole comments will be entered into the record as well, right? We're not cutting them off in any way. Okay.
Yes, correct. Brent and Melanie Beardall would like to express our opposition to reducing the parking requirements for new residential housing projects. We feel that Midvale has parking problems as it is, and reducing the parking requirements will only make it worse. The present lack of parking in many multifamily developments has led to predator towing for those trying to visit, and also blocking side streets causing traffic congestion. Please vote against this proposed zoning ordinance amendment. And those are the only 2 comments I have on this agenda item, Mayor.
There we go. Okay, thank you very much, Laura.
You're welcome.
Any further comments? Council members, we ready for a motion?
Alex, this might be a question for you. Is there, so when we say, okay, let me go back. When we say affordable housing, is there a certain threshold that a community would have to meet in terms of the percentage or number of affordable units that they have? For instance, a place like San Moritz, if they were to dedicate like 5% of their units as affordable units, would they then be able to have a reduced parking?
So we would apply this standard to the units that are designated as affordable. So if they did say somebody did 5% of their units as affordable, they would get the reduction on 5% of the units that are affordable. So it would only apply to the affordable units, and it would only apply to affordable projects as whatever they end up being. So I don't know that we'll have very many in that kind of split sort of scenario, but It is theoretically possible, and we did factor that in the way that we wrote that proposed change.
I just wanted to be sure that, you know, in the future, a developer couldn't come in and take advantage of that loophole and say, well, I got 3 affordable units in my 1,600 unit facility, so can I get the reduced parking? So, okay, that's good. I like that. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And I might interject that affordable housing is defined as anything below 80% AMI. And so the proposal is for units that are at 60% AMI or below. So there's already a 20% buffer in an affordable unit before this proposed ordinance would come into play for affordable units. So anyway, just make note of it.
I totally understand the citizens' concerns about this, but I think part of the issue is that, you know, we're in this different climate where we can't have these one-on-one kind of meetings with large groups of citizens. And I think some of them are just under the assumption that it's going to change the parking throughout the entire city, you know, from every corner of the city. And from what you're presenting here tonight, it's going to change for a very specific type of development and redevelopment that should not have much of an impact on the average single family household.
That is correct.
And one final point, the study that we engaged from Hales Engineering, all we did was pay for it. By no means did we have any bias in that. They did their own analyses. They did their own count. They went out there on a day that they selected. We had no idea other than 24-hour notice on when they were going out to do the count. So there was really no way for us to manipulate that data. So in terms of the viability of that test, it is 100% unbiased. There's nothing I could have done, or Housing Connect for that matter, to influence that data. So it is true and accurate.
I mean, I will say that they probably want you to have to do more studies with you. So there is, you know, that notion that if they come back with something you like, that you would use them again. So whether it's biased or not, they, you know, they want your continued business, right?
Well, I'll tell you, the fee was very nominal. They want us to do surveys and other things, but the cost for this study was minimal. So there's really no advantageous reason for us to have any issues on the test. But anyway, point taken.
Yeah.
Laura Magnus has one more public comment she found concerning this. Would you read it, Laura?
Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate that extra time since she sent it right as we were speaking. My name is Jeannie O'Hara. I live on Casa Negra Avenue, right next to RM2 zone. I would like to express my opposition to reducing the parking requirements for affordable housing. The average number of cars per household is 2. Although Midvale has a few public transportation options, only about 5.8% of Midvale's population uses public transportation. Instead, approximately 76% of Midvale commuters do so by car. And then she lists a link on bestplaces.net that lists where she got these numbers from. As a result, it is logical to assume that residents in these areas will have more than 1 car per household, so reducing the available parking spaces negatively impacts residents. Limited on-site parking will lead to increased charges for residents of those developments as management companies move to utilize parking fees as demand exceeds supply. Example, AMC charges for parking in some of their properties. We are currently in the midst of a pandemic where more people are working from home, furloughed, or unemployed, there are more cars utilizing parking. Therefore, it is necessary to ensure that there are adequate spaces to accommodate these vehicles. Thank you for your consideration of my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Laura. Any other comments? We ready for a motion?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Public hearing is now closed. Time for discussion, motion.
Well,
I think-
everybody kind of knows where I'm standing with parking. I've always complained we don't have enough parking in any of the complexes, so that's kind of where I'm at.
Same.
I
think
feel the
what-
same exact way. It just becomes the neighborhood's burden.
One of the most valid concerns was just read, and that's over the past few months, I've noticed at, Talavera where I live that there's no parking available here because so many more people are working from home with an indefinite end time for that. But, I'm very aware that we shouldn't plan on what's happening right now. We should plan for the future development. And to me, as I mentioned just a minute ago, it should not have that much of an impact on the areas that are most vocally in opposition to this. I would also say it's interesting that a lot of folks who don't want these types of high density units going up, there's really like a no-win scenario. A lot of them talk about the increased traffic in the neighborhoods, but if you're trying to develop something that would encourage less use of cars, that's met with opposition as well. So I'm not really sure how you can be opposed to both of those things unless you're just opposed to any new development or redevelopment in your city.
I don't think it's a dichotomy or this or that. I think people, if for instance, our area, if there was enough parking there and people weren't parking on Roosevelt and apparently Altoview, people wouldn't be opposed to it. Those buildings themselves are nice. They have, I've met a few of the people, they're great people. So it's not necessarily they're opposed to density and opposed to limited parking. It just hasn't played out like in a way, like if there was 5 more parking stalls at that exact location somehow, it probably would cover most of the problems and no one would be like, oh my goodness. Well, there'd be, obviously a percentage of angry people, but most like Wade Walker wouldn't be complaining, but they're parking in front of his home, which isn't even the neighboring street. They have to walk a little bit to get there. So I think people are willing and don't mind, but it just hasn't played out yet.
But a lot of people who have written in opposition, including Wade Walker, he's talking about a project that does not fit this scenario. So, and a lot of folks are saying that, like, hey, I have people parking outside my house. And I agree, that's something we could look at. We do have pretty generous parking regulations here in Midvale that can be looked at. But, that's not necessarily what we're talking about here. Most of the folks who've said, hey, there's someone parking out in front of my house aren't in an RM25 zone. So, they're going to continue to be impacted regardless of this text amendment.
Well, this individual project might not be that way, but the next one definitely could be that way. It's not, we're not just voting on this one project.
Well, and Dustin, to your point where you said people complaining about parking is probably not by an RM25 zone. That would suggest that the RM25 probably has sufficient parking if you take that position. So I don't know why we would want to reduce it.
Yeah, that's a valid point, Quinn. I don't, honestly, I don't think there's a great answer either way. I think everyone's raised some pretty valid points. I think there is some misunderstanding amongst a lot of people who have written in, thinking that this is going to impact their.
I look at if this proposal, if this was before us probably 2-3 years ago when some of the other projects came up, I could see we'd probably go for it. It would, it would make sense. But when some of these others came up and then we've seen parking issues develop, I think that's where we're more hesitant to do a reduction in parking. That's the one I'm saying. The only one I can think of where where it's probably gone the other way is the senior housing by City Hall, where we require them to have more parking, and I don't think that it gets utilized, and that's because I mean, we've seen that those people, some of them really don't have vehicles because they can't drive. I don't know if, I mean, I haven't gone and asked them. I don't know if some of them no longer have licenses or what, but from what I've heard is that parking lot is not utilized to its full extent. I think that's the only project I can think of where we have an abundance of parking. Brian, you may know better. I think you've gone over to that project more than I have, but.
Which project in particular?
That's the senior housing by City Hall. I think that's the only one that I can think of.
Oh, yes, Kimpton, sorry. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was trying to visualize where you're talking, yeah. Yeah, they have their parking on serious lockdown on the inside too. So like visitors, yeah, their parking is pretty open. You're right, but I think it's partially the clientele and also how regulated they keep that space. But I have not heard complaints about parking. I've heard it about everywhere else in Midvale, but that one I have not. You're right.
The only other thing I will mention, just what Alex said, you know, we do have this exact language already in areas of our city, and it seems a little disingenuous to have it in some areas of the city and not in other areas of the city, specifically my district.
Yeah, I think we
need to... but your district is where we're having a lot of parking problems.
Agreed, but what I'm saying is we have this language in our parking ordinance in my district, in a specific area in my district, and now, you know, everyone is now saying they don't want it in theirs.
But to be fair, Dustin, 3 of the 5 council members did not vote on that. Right, I would not have voted on that in a million years for a reduction in that.
But it's here nonetheless.
Okay, so we ready for motion?
Mayor and council, could I ask a question first? I'll wait and see if anybody has any complaints about that.
Yes, you may.
Would the council be interested in seeing a more in-depth Midvale specific study looking at this topic for projects that we have currently in the city before making a decision on this request?
I do not.
I mean, I sure would be. I wish those calculations would have been included, you know, something like Florentine Villas or Brighton might be. Is that another affordable housing?
I think a percentage might be.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I asked, because we could go out and spend some time doing that if the council thought that it would be helpful for the conversation.
I'm ready to vote.
Yeah, me too.
I'm ready to vote as well.
No, you had to have something to vote on first.
Put a motion then.
Well, since I seem to be the one who's in favor of this, and since I have this text language in parking in my district currently, I move that we adopt ordinance number 2020-012, granting a reduction in minimum parking requirements for affordable housing projects in the RM25 zone.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion on the motion? Lori, would you ask the question?
Sure. Councilmember Sperry.
Nay.
Glover.
Nay.
Robinson.
No.
Brown.
No.
And Gettle.
Yes.
Okay, motion fails.
All right, that motion does not pass. Move to our second public hearing I'd like a motion to open another public hearing.
Mayor, I motion that we open a public hearing.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to open this public hearing. Questions or comments on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're now in a public hearing to consider a request to rezone approximately 3.91 acres of property located at 380 East 4 Union Boulevard from single-family residential zone with duplex and 7200 South overlays to multifamily residential medium to high-density zones with 7200 South overlay. All right, Alex, that's kind of complex. What do you mean?
Yeah, it is a little bit of a mess, but hopefully we can clean it up a little bit.
Hey, Alex, before you get started, can I ask an initial question here?
Yeah.
With the issue we just addressed, how it was the same area. I mean, if that parking wasn't decreased, does this project as proposed still fit or not?
Well, I prepared for that eventuality.
Okay.
So the short answer is the project as proposed will need to be revised to address that parking calculation. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the rezone isn't worthwhile, though. We can still move forward with the rezone while that project is getting revised, which helps Housing Connect stay on their timelines.
I would just interject, with that said, Alex, and other council members chime in, wouldn't it be a better idea to table this item until that is revised?
Well, it's not a requirement to meet the current ordinance requirements to get a rezone. In fact, the things that I'll talk about in a second justifying the rezone aren't based on the parking calculation that's provided in the project as proposed. So whether that whether the parking calculation is addressed is somewhat immaterial to this request, because ultimately what will happen is if the council decides to approve the rezone, then the site plan will have to go back to the planning commission for reconsideration after that parking standard is addressed.
Okay, so they're separate.
Yeah.
It won't come back to us in a much different format that we'll have to redo all of this again.
Now we'd have to spend some time with the planning commission and with the applicant to revise the plans, but we wouldn't necessarily have to revisit the rezone or even the text if we can make it work under that current language.
Okay, all right. I think it's good to proceed then.
I mean, if we get to the end of this and you still want to table it, then by all means, go ahead. But okay, let's see. So this request is for a rezone at 380 East Fort Union Boulevard. That's the Sunset Gardens project that Housing Connect currently owns and manages. The request would take it from single family residential with the duplex overlay and 7200 South overlay to multifamily residential, the RM25 zone with the 7200 South overlay. The property is about 4 acres in size, and it's currently developed with a series of duplexes that Housing Connect owns and manages as affordable housing units. The rezone would allow them to redevelop the existing site, which would result in removal of the existing units and replacement with a new project that, as I mentioned a moment ago, will have to be revised, but theoretically could have up to about 97 units overall if we can address the parking and other applicable requirements. Let's see. The Planning Commission heard this request with that text amendment in their meeting last month, and they forwarded a recommendation to approve the rezone, this one as 5-0. They also approved a conditional use permit for the proposal, subject to the council's approval of that text amendment and the rezone. So we'll have to go back and revisit that decision since that text amendment didn't pass. But like I said, we'll handle that with the Planning Commission at some point in the future. So rezones are legislative decisions, and they are required anytime we want to look at revising the zoning map. So that's, in this case, I mentioned largely single family to multifamily. It sounds a little messy on this property because we do have that Fort Union overlay, or that 7200 South overlay. That overlay doesn't end up actually affecting this project. It's based on a mixed use type of development, which isn't proposed here. So we would keep it on the property so that it's there in the event that it gets rezoned at some point in the future, but it doesn't have any impact on the project. It also doesn't affect what's there currently. Rezones, as we go through the process, there's a procedure and some requirements laid out in the zoning ordinance that need to be satisfied, and they all have to be supported by the general plan. And both staff and the Planning Commission believe that this rezone meets both of those requirements. In the ordinance, rezone is allowed if one of three criteria are satisfied. The first is that it's necessary to comply with the general plan or to provide for a use that wasn't originally anticipated in the general plan. The second is to fix an error or account for constraints in the current zone, something like maybe the topography doesn't work or there's floodplains or other issues that weren't accounted for in the original ordinance. Or to, in the third case, respond to changes in the development pattern and recognize the changed nature of the area. In this case, we'd say that third one is the one that applies here. This property has been this duplex zone, this single family with a duplex overlay, and before that, the R2 designation since at least about 1982, 1983. So we're going on 40 years with the same zone. Salt Lake County had jurisdiction at that time, and the development pattern in place when this project was originally built was a lot different than what we're seeing today. So at the time, it was largely strictly single family and with some agricultural or just undeveloped ground in the area. And then the higher density residential and commercial uses were kind of limited to State Street and the shopping center up to the east. There wasn't really anything in the middle along Fort Union that had that sort of intensity. Since then, Fort Union's gradually transitioned to a higher intensity sort of use. We've seen the street widen. We've seen more multifamily and higher intensity commercial projects come in, and they kind of run now the length of Fort Union from State all the way up into Cottonwood Heights and beyond. Where this R2 zone or this duplex zone was originally anticipated to guide future development in the area, it now kind of serves as a barrier to redevelopment and makes it a little bit harder for this corridor to continue its transition in that intensity. You can see that some of the areas have already completed this transition to the next kind of stage of development with that RM25 there to the west. The mixed use allows higher intensities as well. And then off of this screen, we've got other commercial and residential projects in and in the works. Additionally, so that's all under the zoning ordinance. Under the general plan, Fort Union is considered an opportunity area, which is where higher intensity developments are expected, because placing them in these areas really keeps them from intruding into the more stable areas like the single and two-family neighborhoods that we've got elsewhere in the city. Fort Union does have a series of goals. The general plan calls for a diversification and increase in density of land use mix, redevelopment of the area, and then the housing plan also does kind of the same thing, where it says we should encourage more density in neighborhoods of opportunity. We should develop additional missing middle housing, provide incentives to improve developments, address households at lower income levels, etc. In this case, that first one, the neighborhoods of opportunity, is really the big point here. Neighborhoods of opportunity are defined in the housing plan as those areas where there is access to jobs, to open space, to fresh food, to public transit, to education and other neighborhood services. And Fort Union really ticks all of those boxes. We've got jobs up and down with the commercial developments that are coming in and have come in. We've got open space with the park space. We've got shopping options at the shopping center and down at State Street. Public transit runs through there with the bus lines connecting to the tracks lines into other places in Midvale and beyond, and then a variety of services in the area. So it really makes sense under both the general plan and the housing plan for this to see an intensification in that use. Providing units here also helps Housing Connect achieve their goals of meeting the needs of the poorest residents in our community. Providing more units gives them the opportunity to improve the amenities and the quality of the development that they have. Under the original proposal with the 97 units that were approved by the Planning Commission, we were looking at, well, that proposal would allow for a full-time property manager to work on site, so that if there are concerns with neighbors or with tenants on the property, they can be addressed immediately instead of needing to call somebody in from out of town. And let's see, make sure. Oh yeah, okay. And then some of those comments didn't quite make it to the public. We did get a lot of comments at the Planning Commission, and we went through those in great detail in that meeting. They are included in your packet, but I wanted to point out there's a few themes that we heard when we were talking about it. Many folks were concerned, many of the existing residents rather, were concerned about being displaced, and Housing Connect, as I understand it, has been working with those residents to make sure that their concerns are addressed, and that residents displaced by whatever development projects would happen here have an opportunity to return when the work is finished. There were concerns about traffic and lighting and building heights, all of which were really addressed by that conditional use permit. So a traffic study was provided that shows that there really isn't going to be an impact on traffic patterns in the area. This project, even at 97 units, is only accessed by Fort Union Boulevard. Fort Union Boulevard sees tens of thousands of cars per day on average. So even if you assume that every resident in that car is coming and going multiple times a day, that's a drop in the bucket to the amount of traffic that goes by Fort Union on a daily basis. That impact study did not recommend any mitigation measures. There wasn't anything there that the engineer was seeing as problematic. Lighting and building height are things that are addressed by the zoning ordinance. No light trespasses allowed. We do have setbacks and heights and architectural standards to try and minimize the impacts on the neighbors. There was also some concern about crime and property values, which aren't things that we can address as easily in the zoning ordinance. Hopefully having a property manager on site means that crime issues aren't as big of a burden on adjacent property owners. And then property values, there's not a lot of evidence out there that higher density projects have negative impacts on property values. There's a lot of emotion around that topic, which makes sense given that houses are typically the biggest purchase somebody might make in their entire life. And of course, an impact to that is of concern. Academic research shows that this type of density improvement tends to increase property values if it affects them at all, because it means that there's some desirability to that area, that neighborhood. And when a neighborhood is more desirable, properties are more valuable. For this meeting, we haven't gotten any, well, I haven't received any comments at the staff level, except for a few letters of support that Laura will be reading here in a few minutes. She might have some additional ones. As I mentioned earlier, with the failure of that text amendment on the parking, we'll need to take the plan back to the Planning Commission with some revisions, but we still would recommend that the council consider rezoning that property because it's supported by the zoning ordinance and general plan. Any questions?
Questions for Alex?
Yeah, I would like to hear the public comments that were received before going into the question and answer session with Alex.
Okay.
Okay. The first public comment is from Representative Andrew Stoddard from the Utah House District 44. This letter is to provide support for the development known as Sunset Gardens, located at 380 East Fort Union Boulevard, 7200 South in Midvale City. It is my understanding the prospective redevelopment includes removing the existing structures from the site and building a new single building of 3 stories containing approximately 97 units. Furthermore, the development will provide many benefits to residents, the local community, and Midvale City. Some of these benefits include: improves the look, feel, and experience of the streetscape along the 7200 South corridor, the owner's long-term perspective and commitment to designing and building a successful development, which includes property management provided by the owner. Residents' quality of life will improve considerably due to energy efficiencies built in each unit, utilization of current building codes and materials, as well as new project amenities. Property management staff will be located on site. Public transportation and property access is provided from Fort Union Boulevard. Increases the supply of housing units desperately needed in Salt Lake County. And the project assists Midvale in achieving many of its housing plan goals contained within the housing plan. I appreciate the opportunity to support this development within my district, which will have a beneficial impact for its residents and the community. Your time and consideration of Sunset Gardens development is appreciated. I have another comment from Francis Xavier Lilly, Planning Director at Mill Creek City. On behalf of Mill Creek, I am offering comment on the request by Housing Connect to rezone property they own at 380 East Fort Union Boulevard as part of a proposal to demolish the current public housing on the site and replace it with 97 new dwellings, affordable for households at roughly 40% of the county's median in household income. Housing Connect has been an important partner in providing affordable housing in Salt Lake County for 50 years, and I have worked with them in multiple capacities for over a decade, in projects in South Salt Lake as well as in Mill Creek. In both cases, they have delivered quality projects and have managed them well. Oftentimes, Housing Connect develops property for a market segment that is often overlooked by private developers. Low to median income households need access to safe and dignified housing that is close to quality schools and opportunities for work and recreation. Housing Connect has a proven track record of providing and managing this type of housing. I can speak to their success at a similar project in Mill Creek, the Bud Bailey Apartments at 3983 Southwest Temple in Mill Creek. Bud Bailey provides housing for a component of our community identified in our affordable housing plan as in dire need for housing stability. And their project includes amenities and programs that make Bud Bailey a vibrant addition to an area of our city that we are actively trying to redevelop. I also worked with them on the Hub at 3848 Southwest Temple in South Salt Lake. The Hub is an interesting concept that speaks to Housing Connect's ability to think creatively, leverage funding, and collaborate to provide quality housing to those who need it. In working with the nearby Columbus Community Center, Housing Connect manages housing for those on the autism spectrum in a project that blends affordable and market rate dwellings that is adjacent to a track station. Both Bud Bailey and the Hub speak to Housing Connect's ability to deliver quality, modern projects that look good and function well in any neighborhood, and that provide housing to the most in need. Housing Connect is an essential partner in fulfilling our shared obligation to promote housing opportunity wherever we can in our communities, and I would be pleased to work with them anytime. I encourage the support of the Midvale Planning Commission and Midvale City Council in approving their request. And then I think the last comment is from Lily Gray, Director of the National Development Council. The National Development Council is one of the nation's leading not-for-profit providers of advisory services and specialized training in the areas of economic development and housing development finance and underwriting. For more than 50 years, NDC has worked with municipalities and nonprofits to realize their economic, housing, and community development goals. We are aware that the Sunset Gardens project is seeking a text amendment and rezoning to enable a redevelopment of the property to improve and expand affordable housing opportunities at the site. NDC has reviewed the Sunset Gardens redevelopment proposal for alignment with the City of Midvale's adopted 2016 general plan and 2019 plan. The proposed project meets the following goals: objectives and policies outlined in the city's plans. General plan: maintain and improve the quality of existing housing stock, expand the variety of housing opportunities, support the development of more affordable housing in appropriate locations. In regards to the housing plan and policies, modernize parking regulations to support residential development, focus programs on households making 80% AMI or less. And then regarding objectives, the 73 net new homes will help meet the goal of 1,500 new units in the next 5 years. The 97 total unit redevelopment will result in the preservation and modernization of 24 existing affordable homes and addition of 73 new affordable housing opportunities. This will help meet the goal of 500 new or preserved units for households making 80% or less of the area median income. I am checking to make sure I haven't received any emails while I am speaking, and I just received one. Again, myself and my neighbors on, Alex, please confirm this is for this agenda item, correct? You can nod your head. Yes?
It is, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Again, myself and my neighbors on Shady Wood Circle and Balboa are against a 3-story apartment complex in our backyards. Please consider a 2-story or duplex. Other issues we would like addressed: parking lot lighting. We would like a wall of mature trees on the entire east side of the property and a upgraded fence from chain link to vinyl with no canal access. Noise, people in and out of the house all night. Crime is still an issue. I have been told by the police in the past that they have to report all calls to that location. Sunset Gardens to the Salt Lake City Housing Authority, which in the last meeting, no one had a clue. Dumpster location. At the present location, when the wind is not in our favor, the smell is horrible. Now with more units, more garbage, more smell. Where is the planned dumpsters located? What are the plans for construction, for dust, for noise? Thank you for your time. And that is from Debbie, Romney, and neighbors. And that is all the public comments I have for this item, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Laura. Any other comments? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to close the public comments.
Mayor, did you want to give the applicant an opportunity to comment?
Of course. The applicant. How could I forget them?
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, and thank you all for hearing our proposal tonight. I'm Janice. I'm the CEO for Housing Connect. I had the opportunity to present to this council and mayor a couple of months ago, and I'm happy to be back here today to discuss this project. Every property kind of has its life cycle, and our current units there have hit their life cycle. They've been in existence since the 70s. And what we would really like to do is be able to upgrade those units and increase our ability to provide affordable housing. Let me introduce Jeremy Runia and Sarah Webb from our team and see if there's anything they'd like to add.
Hi there. Yes, so this is Jeremy again. And so I just would like to point out that we are proposing a significant investment into the corridor along your 7200 South overlay zone. And so in that zone, we're talking about $15 to $18 million of development equity going into this 4-acre parcel. That's not a drop in the bucket in any means. It's a sizable investment. Secondly, we speak to property management being on site. And as most of you have seen or witnessed, that is fairly invaluable when it comes to more density. And obviously you need the economies to support that type of expenditure. All in all, that would be a huge benefit. Thirdly, we have taken into account all the design requirements of this zone into the current presentation of site orientation, the location of the building, landscaping, all those lighting concerns and other concerns that were voiced in that previous email will all be taken into consideration and put, and we will be in full compliance. So all in all, there's been considerable effort put into the layout and current configuration of this site. And then lastly, we have taken on and engaged an architect out of Denver, Colorado. So in terms of a design that is a little bit unique, but still fits within the confines of the streetscape, I really think the resort type look will augment the streetscape quite handsomely. And so all in all, I think this development is well suited for the location, and we really do appreciate your consideration in the rezone.
And my name is Sarah Webb. I'm with EJ Architecture. the firm that he's referencing out of Colorado. And just kind of to all of their points, we've taken a lot of the considerations of values that you all put into the housing plan and brought that to this project. So I think there's a lot of sensitivity to this site and to the neighbors. And again, to these comments that were brought up, these are certainly design elements that have been considered, will be considered. Some are already incorporated in there. So just, putting that forth, that those are not unheard statements.
Thank you. Comments or questions for?
I have a question. One thing I like and appreciate is when people come in with different design or elements from outside of Utah. I feel like a lot of times we get very similar sort of templates. You said that this has sort of a resort feel. When I'm looking at just the few pages, it kind of just looks like just like a 3-story apartment. And maybe I'm not getting the full picture. Do we have any more, maybe city staff has, do we have anything else, any other renderings to show it? Because, I mean, I like the idea generally, but maybe I'm not envisioning how much different it is. So I'd like to see it if I could, if we have anything different.
So the plans that you have in front of you are what we look at the preliminary site plan review level.
Okay.
So the best one to look at to probably understand kind of that more resort style is the landscape plan.
That first one?
Hold on, let me double check. I'm pretty sure I put it in there somewhere, but I gotta remind myself what's in that packet. Yeah, so right after the zoning map, there's the landscape plan. It's 2 sheets that provide the amenities and the site layout. So that's the one that really, I think, helps the most understand kind of the layout of the site and how that's all achieved. Granted, that will have to change a bit because of the parking discussion earlier, but you can see kind of the quality and the style of development or amenities that are being proposed.
Oh, yeah, okay, I get this now. The page 1 and 2, the dotted line, you connect them, and that's linear. Okay, never mind. I should have asked that question first. Thank you.
Yep.
And do keep in mind that the site is fairly narrow in nature, and so the design of the building contemplates the setback requirements and the narrowness of the lot. It's more rectangular than not, and so the building will have some architectural feel and juts in the foundation and footprint. But all in all, we're stuck with a little bit of a more linear building. But all in all, the materials that we'll use on the exterior will be well complemented for the area. And again, it's a resort type feel with a pitched roof that will augment the neighboring parcels to the west, which are RM25 zoned, and then also the parcels to the east, which are single family.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for the developers?
This is for Alex. We're rezoning this and say this project fails and then never goes forward. What is the ultimate number of units they could actually put on this, and what height could they actually go if this actually failed?
So the 97 units that are proposed are the max that could be on there. That RM25 zone caps it at 25 units per acre, and there's not really any room for any more after that. Maximum height is based on proximity to single family zoned areas. So when it's not close to a single family zoned area, it can go up to 4 stories. That was the change that we had adopted last summer. When it's close to single family zoned areas, it's capped at like 30 feet-ish. So you'd be like 2.5 to 3 stories, shorter than the building is proposed now because they're outside of that proximity.
Is it 3 stories is what they're proposing?
Currently proposed at 3. So it could go up to 4 where the building is located currently. And it was deliberately put at 3 to avoid some of those issues with extra height.
Okay, just wanted to make sure of that.
Other questions?
Can you just for the record, let us know how many people live on the property now and how many you estimate would live on the property if these improvements, and I will be so bold as to use that word, are made?
We have 24 units. I don't have the count of people in the units. We average 1.5 to 2 people per bedroom.
I was told there wasn't going to be math.
There's always math, isn't there?
So it would be roughly, I don't know, 40 people versus 140 or so, roughly, very, very roughly.
Yeah, the majority of the units will be 1 bedroom. So is that, it's 60%, Jeremy, or 1 bedroom, or Sarah?
Correct. Under the 97 units, and we will have to reconfigure this given what has already transpired in today's meeting, but generally speaking, we're talking 60% of the units are 1 bedroom, 30% will be 2 bedroom, and about 8 to 9% in round numbers would be 3 bedroom. So all in all, we have a preponderance to 1 and 2 bedrooms and a very limited portion of 3 bedroom.
Any other question?
The main concern I've seen from residents is just the number of people increased in the proposed project. But, you know, my opinion is, you know, these are the types of communities and housing projects that we've stated publicly that we're in support of. So as they come into us, you know, obviously there's going to be some people who live nearby who don't want their line of sight views being messed with. But, you know, I think for a city as a whole, this is, you know, a no-brainer, certainly an improvement on the site itself and an improvement of the area.
Sure, and you'll note that the building footprint is along the western boundary of the site, which is closest to the existing RM zone already approved, and with I think it's the Point at Port Union is the name of the apartment development there. And so we're already tucked up to that side of the property line to give as much space to the east side of the property. So we've taken a lot of things into consideration to make this a well-suited, well-fitting design within the confines of the community.
And I think to address some of the community concerns regarding noise and crime, which is, you know, a very frequent chorus that we hear when these high density projects go up, you know, the crime is going to exponentially increase, which we have not seen evidence of that here in Midvale. I would just say to those folks that having 12 duplexes seems harder to manage from that perspective than one very concentrated 3 or 4 story apartment complex. So, you know, I just wanted to make that comment known as well.
And I'd also like to point out that we will have an institutional grade investor that will be participating, as well as lenders, and they have annual inspections of the site as well as our own property management inspections. So there will be a lot more eyes on the site and in these units over any 365-day period than your typical market rate type product. So all in all, we have a level of a threshold of quality that we need to maintain. And that also includes the residents, and we will have leases that will be enforced. And we also will have property management on site. So all in all, we understand the concerns, and we have built in many ways to mitigate them. There's enough that we really can't outline them all here at this venue, but suffice it to be said, they've been considered.
Janice, you had a comment?
I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments, questions?
Mayor, Chief Thomas, can I
Sorry.
ask perhaps Janice just a real quick question?
Go ahead, Chief.
I don't know the history of it, but Bud Bailey does contract with Unified Police for nighttime security at
We
that
do.
complex. Is that at the request of the community, or was it something that was predetermined?
We had a long-term relationship with Unified. It's part of our history as a public housing authority. that's one of the line items you get some funding for. So we've had a long history with them. And then when we were leasing up at that property, we brought them on because of the construction, and we've just kept them on. So we've reduced their hours over time, but we've kept them on. It's nice to have a couple hours here and there during the week just to make sure that if there's anything happening, we have a handle on it. It's particularly helpful in the summer months where you get more activity outside.
Absolutely. Thank you.
But Janice, would the same thing be happening here where you'd contract with Unified or some other security entity?
I think we'd look at the need. You know, I don't believe every property needs security, but if we get into a situation where we feel like we need extra monitoring or security, we have deployed that at different sites.
Okay. Have we closed the public hearing? We did, didn't we?
Yes.
I'm ready for a motion.
No, we did not close the public hearing.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
That's all of us.
Second to close the public hearing. Thank you, Rory, for keeping us on track. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, the public hearing's closed. Now let's take a motion on this.
Mayor, based on compliance with the requirements of the Midvale City Municipal Code, I move that we approve the final subdivision plat for the Pines Phase 2 subdivision with the following conditions.
Hold on.
1, the applicant.
Justin, that's the wrong one.
Yeah, that's not us.
Whoops, sorry.
You're getting anxious.
What if we did vote on that? Would that have made it approved?
Technically, probably. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry.
I mean, real quick, Dustin, before you go through with the motion, I mean, I don't want to get in the same spot we were a few weeks ago where we have a motion and then there's some discussion about maybe we should have tabled. I mean, I'm looking at this with the parking issue that came up. I mean, I'm in favor of tabling it until we get that resolved, but I don't know. I know we have to have a motion on that, but I just want to get that out there before you make a formal motion.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, heading into this, that's why I asked Alex whether we should, so that we didn't go 45 minutes into something that we were going to table. And I'm satisfied with his answer that it's something to work out with the planning commission, and when it comes back to us, it wouldn't have that much, it wouldn't be that different.
Just to clarify, it would not come back to the council if the rezone were approved. The conditional use permit doesn't require that.
Well, personally, I would table it just so I could see what's really going to happen there.
Well, I move that we table it until we have the parking resolved. You know, that the plan comes back to us with the changes for the parking.
Do you want to make that motion?
I think I just did.
I think you did.
Okay, I'll second it then.
We have a motion and a second to table this until parking is resolved. Any questions or comments on that motion?
I have weird emotions about doing this because I agree we probably should wait till we get that, but I also like the project, but just probably for good, you know, governing sake, we probably should wait. But I do want to at least express my support as of right now for the project. But does that make sense?
Yeah, and I mean, I think the project, it's meeting a need for a demographic. I think exiting onto 7200 South, that fits with some of the things we've talked about, or if you're going to have these higher density projects, you want to go onto a major road. It is neighbored by an RM25 development there. So I think it is fitting a lot of the other things that we've talked about with these projects. I one reason I'd like to table it is we already saw with the project just down the street at the corner of 72 and 3rd, where we approved a project and it didn't develop for what, 2-3 years, and then it changed and came in and everybody was upset with the change project. I mean, it went from a medical building to now townhomes. And
May I add a comment? Because of, I'm sorry.
I mean, I recognize you're probably not going to do that, Janice, that you're changing the program you have, but I mean, this neighborhood just had that happen to them. I mean, what, 2 or 3 months ago.
Sure.
So I
was just going to add, because of our citing of public housing there, we have a deed restriction that would prevent us from doing anything else there. So
housing,
like a 99-year restriction.
No, it's with HUD, so there's no sunset on that. So when we go through and do the tax credits, that we'll have another deed restriction there, and it will the public housing will transfer to the tax credits.
Got it.
So the likelihood that that would happen is nil. So.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. Rory?
Councilmember Glover,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Brown,
yes.
Gettle,
No.
Sperry.
Aye.
I'm just
All right.
gonna say, it's pretty crazy that we could have avoided 45 minutes of this.
Period of time until parking is restructured and then represented. Okay?
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council.
All right.
Alex.
All right, we'll move on to our third public hearing. Consider final subdivision plat for 3-lot subdivision located at 310 East, 7800 South. Jana Ward, please.
Need a motion to open the public hearing, Mayor.
I move that we open the public hearing.
Thank you.
Second.
As long as we're gonna go through with this one.
All right, we got a motion and a second to open another public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we're in this public hearing now to consider final subdivision for 3-lot subdivision at 310 East, 7800 South.
Okay, and I have my screen shared. Is that up there?
Yes, thanks, Jenny.
So I'm presenting a final subdivision plat for the Pines Phase 3 subdivision at 310 East, 7800 South. The property is approximately 4.7 acres with 165 feet of frontage along 7800 South and is zoned single family or residential single family SF2. There's an existing home and an existing detached garage on the lot. The intent of the application or the applicant is to demolish the structures, and all new development will be required to meet the SF2 zone requirements. The Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on the subdivision plat on July 8th, and based on compliance with the city ordinance and city zoning ordinance and subdivision requirements, approved the preliminary subdivision plat. The conditions approved by the Planning Commission are listed in the staff report, and all have been addressed as part of this final submission. The area fire inspector and city engineer have both reviewed and approved this final plat. So it is actually ready to go, and staff recommends approval. Are there any questions on this? It's just 3 lots. They're required to be 5,000 square feet. There's no plans for the lots, just subdivision.
Thank you, Jana. City Council, you have any comments or questions?
So there is a home there currently that's going to be torn down, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I've mentioned this in other council. I feel like we got to find a way that we need to somehow charge more for something like this, because if it's cheap enough for someone to tear a home down, their net gain is just 2 homes, right? Because they have a home there. For how expensive property is for like the common Midvale citizen, like myself included, it seems like the city should be able to somehow make more money on this, because I don't want to encourage it, and it's just, I'm not a big fan of this. Generally, I don't mind the project itself, but I don't really understand the thought process on it being cheap enough to tear down a home, to just build 2 more.
Impact fees, that's what you're talking about, Brian.
Yeah, city staff yells at me when I say that, so I was trying to like dance around it.
Okay, is the applicant here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Or he's in Hawaii. One of the two.
My name's Nick Mingo. I'm here tonight representing I Redevelopment. And I echo everything Jana said. Very straightforward. I don't think I have anything to add. I welcome any questions.
Questions for the developer?
No, I mean, Jana said that.
Hearing none. Laura, do we have any public comments?
Councilman Sperry was talking. I don't know if you wanted to finish this thought.
Yeah, Nick, I mean, Jana said that the lot's just being subdivided, but you don't have any plans yet. I mean, at least nothing formal has been submitted, but I mean, do you guys have any idea that you wanted to discuss?
We do, and I have sitting here on my desk, I've got an application for a conditional use to consider a couple of accessory dwellings. It'd be 3 single-family homes, and Ivory's developing a couple of different accessory dwelling plans that are part of the new construction.
Okay.
And so those will be coming in very soon.
Got it. Thanks. That's it, Mayor. That's all I had.
Thanks, Quinn. Sorry I overspoke you. Any public comments on this, Laura?
No, Mayor, we don't have any public comments on this item.
All right. Without public comment, if the council's concluded, we're ready for a motion.
Move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Close the public hearing. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, public hearing is closed. We need an action.
Mayor, based on compliance with the requirements of the Midvale City Municipal Code, I move that we approve the final subdivision plat for the Pines Phase 2 subdivision with the following conditions. 1, the applicant shall obtain all required signatures on the final subdivision plat Mylar. And 2, the existing home and accessory structure must be removed prior to recording the final plat.
Second.
Okay, there's motions now. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none. Rory?
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
Barry,
Aye.
and Glover.
Aye.
Thank you all. Motion passes.
Dustin, we satisfy your condition that we listened and passed it.
I'm going to entertain a 5-minute break here now. And we'll see you back at 10 o'clock.
I move that we take a 5-minute break.
Second.
I move that we table the
Do we
decision
table
to break.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock. I'm going to call back into adjournment this meeting. We will now consider a rezone request from regional commercial RC to multifamily residential, medium to high density RM25 for the property located at 7488 South Casablanca Drive. Jana Ward, please.
All right, so this is a request for a rezone, like you say, from AJ Schaefer on behalf of Ward Engineering Group, requesting a rezone of the Casablanca property, which I know everyone here has been hearing about since it's been at Planning Commission. And this is the property's 0.66 acres at 7488 South Casablanca Drive. It's an existing, I think the tricky part about this project is that it's a single family home on a regionally commercial zone piece of property. And the proposal is to switch to RM25, a multifamily zone, for an 8-unit project that the Planning Commission reviewed a preliminary site plan and conditional use permit for multifamily in July and approved based on the rezone's approval. So the proposal would demolish that single family home and any existing accessory structures and construct an 8-unit housing structure in one single building. A copy of the public comments was also sent as part of the packet. So there's been a lot of public comment along with a 100-person petition against the project. And I'm gonna kind of echo on all of Alex's descriptions of what we're doing, how rezones are processed. So it's a legislative decision required whenever change in designation on the city zoning map is requested. And we have to fit one of the 3 criteria in section 17.3-1 of the municipal code. This one is the same, it's meeting the same criteria. The land or its surrounding environs have changed or is changing to such a degree that it's in the public interest to encourage redevelopment of the area or to recognize the changed character of the area. The RM25, you can see was changed. It used to, all that was RC. So there was like a conglomerate of regional commercial. And then it was around 1986, just based on county records, that both the both those apartment complexes were rezoned. Chad's Ford and I can't remember the other one. Oh, Royal Ridge Apartments were rezoned for RM25 and left that parcel sitting there alone. So it's not really conducive to a regional commercial, but it could be some type of commercial business there. The historical zoning maps are where we get that information, like those dates of the change. So it was rezoned between 83 and 92, and I show construction in 1986. For general plans to general plan considerations. The property is located in a stability area rather than an opportunity area. And the general plan has the same list of kind of different criteria, and the way that this is supported by a stability area criteria is support property maintenance and neighborhood stability, and provide mechanisms for appropriate home remodeling to occur to accommodate today's lifestyles and needs. So it can, the use will continue to be residential, which it always has been, and staff believes that that's a better use than a commercial zone that is existing. And of course, the property owner has no intention of continuing to use a single family home. He plans to develop no matter what happens. He'll come back with a commercial property proposal if we move that way. So the housing plan is also supported with this proposal by providing a variety of housing sizes within the project and adding to a mixture of housing types in the surrounding area. The main public comments concerns were focused on traffic and parking. Let me show you the site plan showing that all this traffic is going on to Casablanca Drive rather than 9th East. And I think that that's the primary concern for the residents. I have quite a few comments stating that they wouldn't be opposed to it if it was exiting onto 900 East. One of the problems is the shape of the property, and it is a residential property proposal, which isn't necessarily safe for those residents. And UDOT has a lot of requirements, which I'm not sure we've gotten all the information we need. That's up to the applicant to go through that process. But as far as like curb cuts and driveways that are allowed on 900 East, that are pretty restrictive for new ones, and any land use change requires a change of access from UDOT. So staff does support the Planning Commission recommendation to approve the rezone request, and based on the findings that I have listed in the staff report. Are there any questions on the project itself?
So the only parking is the,
Open up the
go ahead.
public. You want to do that, Paul?
Yeah, I'd like to open the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to open the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
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 Yes.
Any opposed? All right. Go ahead, Paul, with your comment.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure I understand this. The only parking is the overflow parking, and then everything else is in garages. There's no driveways that they could park in front of. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Janice, something else that came up in emails and some of the comments. I know you've responded to some individuals just to make sure it's out there. There was concern about the size of the parcel and how much square footage was needed for the number of dwelling units. And then also if that's being calculated using the area where the billboard is.
Yes, so they met all the requirements of the zone for open space, amenity space, and it does include that parcel, which would be landscaped, and there's the amenities is on part of that parcel. And there's just a small, it's an 18-foot driveway entrance that the applicant said would only be access to for maintenance on the sign a couple times a year. It's a lease, so they still own the property and they lease it out.
Did this one cause a lot? Was there a lot of public comment? I mean, I already know the answer to this question, but
yes.
was there a lot of public comment?
Yes.
Yes.
What was the percent? I know. What was the percentage of negative to positive? Would you say?
I've only had one positive, and it's actually the person closest to the project who would be most impacted and doesn't want to see a commercial building go up.
And the rest are negative.
Mhm.
I don't know if this is what Dustin was talking about that other day, but it's I don't really, this is going to be a massive waste of our time, on everyone's time for this to come through to us. I'm guessing that, you know, we had such a round with planning and zoning, and then to have this 2-2, I'm guessing this was the 2-2 tie as well that went down, and now we're going to have to go through this again. I don't know. I'm not happy with that. But I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see how it shakes out. But I think our planning and zoning needs to be a little bit more in tune with our citizens on rezones.
Is anyone working on the additional information from UDOT to have this exit on tonight?
That's a question I have for the applicant too.
Okay, yeah, he's on. Jeff could speak to that.
May I speak?
Yes, please.
Well, we haven't made a formal application to you. I'm an engineering company, and I represent Rose Morris, the owner of the property. We have our staff, they specialize working with UDOT. I have actually spoken to them. And, you know, there is a precedence for having driveways to 900E. This is just from the experience of our engineers. And just because of that, of course, UDOT is going to look for alternative ways for access. They're going to look at the spacing between driveways that we are proposing and other existing driveways. They would require a traffic study. But from the experience we've had with UDOT, ultimately, they would find a way to grant access for this. But we've also talked to several end users of the commercial. We are talking just to, you know, that right now the current zoning is commercial. If we had to do commercial, most probably we are able to access the project to 900 Bs. Because this is a commercial and UDOT understands that. 900 feet is the thoroughfare and you're not going to access to the driveway in the backside. Having said
I
that,
ask everyone to mute your microphone, please, so that we don't break him up.
okay, so having said, the end users that we've spoken to, there's several of them, they do want to have an access to the back, even though if we build a commercial building here, yes, there would be a driveway access to the 900 East, but they also like to have an access to the backside, to the Casablanca. Whether that would be as a way of drive-through, that you would enter from 900 East and exit on Casablanca, or something along those lines. I represent the owner, and you know, they are really wanting to do a residential development here for exactly that reason. We find the commercial to be very unsuitable. A commercial building here would have it has its back towards the community. And even though the driveway will be at the front, even if we don't put a driveway to connect the 900 East to Casablanca, all the utility stuff like the trash, you know, deliveries and all that most probably would have to be from the backside. We just don't find that very suitable for the neighborhood. And, you know, the status quo to leave the building as is, it's not going to be an option for the owner. At least she doesn't want to keep it as a single family. So we are down to having a commercial development, which we don't like it, but obviously to make it pencil out, there's some ways to deal with it. But we hope that we can convince the council and the citizens that we really want to do a great development, residential development. We want to increase the value of the neighborhood, we hope. And we are willing to walk the walk and, do the traffic studies, do whatever we have to do. We like to consider amenities that the community likes. And we are building a four-way structure. The back side, the foreside, the front side, they're all going to be finished product, used all the time with amenities, whether it's a small playground or tot lot, we want to make sure that, it doesn't have a backside, and very well landscaped, and, just starting professional young family, most probably they're going to have their first child and move on to a bigger and better places. And this is, just a kind of a startup for some young family. And we hope that we can convince the community that commercial is really not the answer for this. But, if we are forced to do that, we just need to make sure that it pencils out. And as an RM25, by the way, RM25 allows 4 stories of residential development. Even though we call them this, that's why RM25 is considered medium to high density. We really are not using this the full extent of RM25. This is just a 2-story flat roof, fairly modern looking buildings. And, we're not going to do 4 stories or anything like it that RM25 will allow. So in reality, we are falling under a medium density, perhaps. And of course, parking lot and parking stalls control. Any questions? I'll be more than happy.
Questions for the developer? Anything for Jana? Questions for Jana?
Oh, sorry, Mayor, I was on mute. I do have some questions for the applicant.
Okay.
Jeff, you did mention saying if it's commercial, UDOT would likely allow access onto 900 East. I know you were cutting in and out as you were talking, but it also sounded like UDOT may be open to even allowing access on 900 East if it was residential. I recognize you'd have to modify plans. Did I hear that correctly? That you could potentially have access on the 900 East if it was residential?
Is that to the applicant? Well, going from commercial to residential, I'm really talking here hypothetically because I haven't made a formal application. That basically is a land use change. We're going from commercial to residential. Traffic support needs to support the driveway, the line of sights, and all that. Obviously, that needs to support the access to 900 East. As for UDOT willing to access to 900 East if you were residential, we are not sure. I cannot sit here and say for certainty that that's going to happen. I know for sure, whether it's commercial or residential, they're going to force us to look at alternative way of servicing this project. And Casablanca being a public road, under residential, I think we're going to get a fairly good resistance to use that as an access. I know that much. Whether we can get a variance from UDOT or not, it's going to be a battle.
And I mean, you're right. It's going to be a battle probably either way. I mean, right now you're battling with the residents that are there that don't want the traffic coming in.
Yes.
And that's, you know, you've heard the comments, and most of them are saying they'd be okay with it if there was access onto 9th, which surprises me why you haven't actually approached UDOT. No, I mean, I realize UDOT can be difficult to work with, but after hearing some of that, to at least make an inquiry and know, but you said you haven't made a formal application to UDOT about that. So, I mean, I just look at that. I mean, I recognize you say you want to work with the neighbors and you want to convince them of things. That is what they're saying, right? That's what they're saying that they.
Yeah, obviously
It's the best use for the land.
Yeah, we want to make the best use of the property that works for the landowner and also the neighborhood. We think we've done that, considering that we have basically the two options, the regional commercial and single family, you know, and there's multifamily. You know, we still be willing to go the extra mile if we have to with the community.
Yeah, I mean, I recognize where you say you feel that, you know, you're making the best use of the land, in your opinion. I mean, the neighbors don't feel that way.
Exactly.
That's why we have email after email. We have a petition with over 100 names saying that they're opposed to this, is because they don't feel that that's the way it is. I mean, have you held any meetings with the members of the neighborhood to try to talk to them about some of this? I know that they've had at least 2 meetings where they've gathered together to discuss it. I mean, have you offered to meet with them at all?
Well, we've got the list of the neighborhood, the radius that we need to have, and we have not done that yet. And if that's what it's going to take, yes, we will go ahead and meet with them. And, you know, frankly, this COVID-19 stuff going on, and, you know, we spoke to Ghana. We were hoping that we could, you know, find a way in the city hall to meet, and it just didn't work out. You know, we tried. This Corona issue played a role on that.
I don't want to make a lot of extra work for someone that likely won't pass, to go and talk to them. At least I think 4 stalls is sort of insulting. You know, you have 2 people that have someone over. You know, we just went through this whole parking issue. So I think we need to vote on it before we suggest meeting with the neighbors, because we already have 100 neighbors that say they don't like it. And to suggest going and meeting with them, I'm not sure what the game plan would be for that.
I mean, most of them are going to say yes if you put an access onto 19th.
We already know. Yeah, we know what they want.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know. I mean, a meeting would be great because it would show that you are actually going the extra mile to hear and meet their concerns. But, you know, we have plenty of comments already that tell you exactly what the concerns are, and it's traffic.
Yeah, and I'll make a comment on that traffic. I mean, we've seen the emails, right? They work to close that access onto 900 East, and that's not something that just came up now. I mean, I knew about that many years ago, that they had worked towards that, and it's almost like that is a part of the character of the neighborhood. They solidified them, a lot of the ones that have been there for a long time. So it's not just for this project. That is something that's been around in that neighborhood for I mean, over 2 decades. I think one of the emails said it was 25 years ago that they did that. So it is something that is very dear to that neighborhood, and they're sensitive to traffic because of what they went through and what they were experiencing that led to that, which is why they are so opposed to having the ingress and egress through the neighborhood there. Jeff, I'll ask you one other thing that Bryant brought up about parking, and if you were on the call earlier, you heard some of the discussion on parking. I mean, did you guys look at other options to incorporate a garage or to increase the parking on this site?
Jeff, there was a question to you there.
Did you hear that? Are you there, Jeff?
Jeff, did you hear the question? The applicant?
Yeah.
Did you hear the question?
Yeah, I heard, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought that was for some gentleman by the name of Jeff.
Oh, sorry, that's what your screen says. So that's why
That's somebody else's computer I'm using.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
So what is the question again? I'm sorry.
So if you were on the call earlier, you heard some of the discussion about parking, and that is one of the other issues that the residents have with this is the lack of parking for these units and the concern that that's going to spill out into the neighborhood streets. Did you look at any other options for a housing unit to incorporate a garage or to increase the parking on the site?
Well, yeah, there's 2-car garages, and I mean, basically this extra parking we have, that it meets the spirit of your code for projects like this. And just, again, I can only go back from experience, and it typically works out that the 4 parking lot, I know it doesn't sound a lot, but I'm considering that most of the time people don't have visitors in their homes, and having 4 extra parking works. Now, the only way we can increase the parking in the back and still meet the access to the units and all that, is if we can push the building close to the road, and which is another restriction for the setback that we have to follow. So where we have the building from 900 East is basically what the code forces us to put. If we could push that another 10 feet closer to the road, of course, we can add another 2 parking lot in the back. So really, I mean, there's just not much we can do without, we can take some of our landscaped areas and put parking, but that takes your landscaped areas. And these are 2-bedroom. 6 of these units are 2-bedroom units, and 2 of them are 3-bedroom units. They're pretty small, and no clubhouse for parties. And yes, they're going to be visitors. I understand that, and I'm sure there will be times that there will be cars parked on Casablanca. And I am 100% certain there's going to be cars parked in the shopping center to the north, where Belgian waffle is. The whole idea of this project has been, pedestrian, walkable. There was some of the traffic or access to the buildings will be via sidewalk and from the 900 East. In fact, we plan to have a wrought iron fence with some controlled access point that looks attractive, well-maintained, but also allows that pedestrian access, whether you work at the shopping center close by. But, access by vehicle, of course, that's going to be, not everybody's going to work in the nearby shopping center. I mean, I guess we can always look at putting the access from the front and, you know, push the buildings to the back. And I mean, we can look at other ways to satisfy the community. We just feel, I mean, you know, we put a lot of thought into this, and, you know, put ourselves in the shoes of the local people, and you know, we thought that if we gave them pedestrian access through our project to 900 East, and, you know, put some well-maintained landscaping, four-way architecture, and we thought that that would be, you know, good enough for community to accept 8 more, you know, for sale single-family homes. These are not apartments; these are for sale. And, you know, I keep just wanting to compare what we are proposing here to what existing zoning is, which is regional commercial. And I know that in the best time, a single family would be the most suitable for the community. I understand that, but the owner has purchased this property as a regional commercial instead of a single family. You know, that's the price point. I know economics is not what we are here for, but it plays into this. And so if we're going to go commercial, you know, we obviously will continue working with the community, but it's still going to be a building that will have access point from Casablanca. It may not be daily traffic for 8 homes, but it will be delivery trucks or mailman. I don't know, just a whole bunch of garbage truck, or, you know, there's going to be an access to the site. I don't think it's going to be bad, but, you know, it's going to be almost equal to what we are saying, except it's not going to be compatible traffic to the neighborhood. That's how we looked at it. If you guys feel like we should go back and look at other ways, and we definitely want to make sure that we are respecting the will of the neighborhood. And, you know, we don't want to do anything that it's going to cause heartburn and heartache. And at the end of the day, it's supposed to be a development that works, not doesn't work.
Well, thank you for those comments. I mean, I think, you know, however we vote tonight, I think you do have some work to do with, well, I know you have some work to do with the neighboring residents, right? To get input from them on and how this is going to work. So thank you.
Of course.
I do stand by my statements that I've said from city council from day one, that I don't find it a compelling discussion point that if someone pays too much for a site to develop as it currently is, it's not the city council's job or the neighborhood's job to make it as profitable as possible. So I don't really like that talking point, and it would never convince me to rezone a property to make someone the most money possible. I think that's it's not necessarily the most sensitive way when you have 100 people telling you that that they don't like it, and the response is, this is how they can make more money. That's, you know, I think we need to be a little bit more sensitive towards our citizens.
Any other comments from the council? Questions? Laura, have we got some public comments there that we want to read?
Yes, Mayor, we do have some public comments. I will get those started. The first public comment is from George and Susan Mathis. They live on Casa Negra Avenue. We would like to share our concerns involving the proposed property development of the Midvale Townhomes at 7488 South Casablanca Drive. We have lived in this Casa Negra Avenue neighborhood since 1977. We grew up, our children grew up, and we've loved the single family homes and close-knit community we share. Neighbors show care and concern for everyone. Over 25 years ago, our neighborhood diligently worked together to close off Casa Negra Avenue. The safety of our neighborhood, children, and residents was in jeopardy. At the time, Casa Negra Avenue was an open thoroughfare from the freeway frontage road to 10th East, with very few stoplights and congestion. We were troubled with the safety and well-being of our neighborhood then, just like we are concerned about it now. The proposed high-density development doesn't fit the integrity of our single-family neighborhood homes. The 8 multifamily residents are sandwiched on 0.66 acres at the end of our neighborhood street. We're very troubled that the only entrance and exit funnels into our small neighborhood streets. We questioned whether other multifamily developments had an entrance and exit into single-family neighborhoods like this proposal too. We searched communities approximately 1 mile radius from our home. We looked at 38 different developments. All but 2 developments enter and exit onto main thoroughfares and not into neighborhood streets. These 36 properties enter and exit onto major roads. The list of properties is as followed, and she agreed we're not going to read all 38 developments. We found 2 developments that are different. These 2 developments do enter, exit onto main thoroughfares, but also have access into single-family neighborhood streets. They are as follows. Fair Meadows Apartments. This gated community exits onto a neighborhood street affecting 3 homes as they cross 700 East. However, the main interest is onto 900 East. Winter Pine multifamily units. This main exit from Winter Pines is onto 7800 South, while the other exit is into a church parking lot on Chad Street, then Lindy Drive, and finally onto 9th East. Despite these 2 outliers, we are hoping the extensive list of high-density housing close to our neighborhood reflects the importance of entering and exiting to main thoroughfares and major streets only. We asked the City Council a very vital question. Would you vote yes to this multifamily unit if it entered and exited into your neighborhood street only and not onto a main thoroughfare? She continued on, but that is 400 words, so I'm going to go on to the next individuals.
Laura, before you start, I would like to make a motion and to see how the council feels. I would like to move that we dispense of the reading of the public comments, enter them into the record based on the likely outcome of the vote.
I second this.
We have a motion and a second to dispense with reading further public comments until we have a vote on the current motion. Is that, I'm not sure, Dustin, where you're going.
My motion is to stop reading the public comments, enter them into the public record based on the prevailing sentiment of the City Council regarding this issue. In other words, it's very likely to be voted down, so I don't think we need to go through another hour of reading.
Yeah, if our worry is citizens feeling like their voice is not being heard, I highly doubt that they'll feel that way with the outcome. I think is a different way to look at it.
Then I'm going to ask Laura, are there any public comments in favor of this rezone?
No, sir, there are not.
All right. So there's a motion, a second on that.
There is a public comment in favor. It should be the last one on your list.
Thank you for catching that, Jana. I didn't see that one. What is the name?
Let me just open it so I can. Let's see from my email. Linda Wills.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Would you like me to read that statement, Mayor?
Yes.
Linda Wills. My name is Linda Wills and I live at 833 Casa Negra Avenue. My property is directly south of the property being considered from some new townhomes. Contrary to the opinion of most in my neighborhood, I am in favor of the townhomes. They used to be owned by Pat and Kerm Eskelson. While they were alive, it was a very nice home. However, Kerm passed away in 2008 and Pat passed away in 2016. Since then, the home has been neglected and has become an eyesore. No one has taken care of the yard or has kept up with the upkeep of the home. I am enclosing my view of the home from my backyard. As far as I understand the situation, there are 3 scenarios for that property. keep it as is, build townhomes, or put up a commercial building. Right now, the house is being rented to a group of young adults. They are nice, but they are not interested in taking care of the property. Hence, I am not in favor of keeping the property as it is now. I am also not interested in having a commercial building in my backyard. So the best scenario for that property, in my opinion, is to develop it into some nice townhomes. It will be some nice housing for people who are looking for a starter home. The property will be nicely maintained. It will be a nice addition to the neighborhood. Some people are concerned about traffic increase. I don't see that happening. My son lives in a large condo complex in Riverton, and those streets are very quiet. I don't believe that 80 townhomes will bring that much traffic. However, I do believe that a commercial building will bring more traffic. Some people are concerned about the parking on the street. However, many of my neighbors already park on the street. And if any of us have company over, they often park on the street. I don't believe that people living in townhomes will be parking on the street very often. Thank you for reading my email. I will be very interested to see what happens at the meeting on August 4th. Thank you again for catching that, Jana.
Okay, so there was a difference of opinion among the neighbors, and 833 would be right next door, behind, right where she said they are.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. Any further comments or questions on the motion to table? Dispense? I have to say it again, Dustin, I'm sorry.
Okay, my motion is to dispense of the public comment reading and enter them into the public record and vote on a motion or not to approve this.
Okay. Rory, would you ask a question?
Yes. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
Barry,
Aye.
Glover,
You're muted.
you're muted. Pop. Thanks for
Aye, sorry.
And Robinson.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I further move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Any
Aye.
opposed? All right. We've got both flavors, and we're ready to take a motion on this.
Mayor, I move that we deny the request to rezone the property located at 7488 South Casablanca Drive from regional commercial to the multifamily residential medium to high density zone, RM25 zone.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to deny this request. Any further comments, questions by the council? Hearing none, Rory, would you ask the question?
Councilmember Gettle,
Yes.
Barry. Quinn, did you say yes?
Said aye, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Glover,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
and Brown.
I just want to point out that Rory says yes instead of I. So we've converted Rory to the yes. I'm a yes as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This motion is denied then. We'll
Yep.
have you back, I guess, and figure out a new use for it.
Yeah, Mayor, and if I can just add again, what we were talking about, I would encourage the applicant to try to meet with some of the neighbors and get their input, see if there is an idea that you know, we could have a win-win situation there, get their buy-in.
Or we may just go with the regional commercial land use. That's okay, right? We can do that.
Of course.
Yeah, we'll just go, most probably that's the avenue we'll pursue. We're just not the commercial developers, but we'll have interested people to buy it. Thank you for your.
When you get something ready, come back to planning and zoning, I guess.
We will do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. We'll move to our final public hearing. I'd like a motion to open the public hearing, please.
Move that we open a public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to open another and our final public hearing. Any discussion or questions on that motion? All in favor, say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
All right. Any opposed? All right, we are now in the public hearing to consider preliminary subdivision plat, 22 lot subdivision located approximately 1000 East Fort Union Boulevard. And Jason Binks will be telling us about this big subdivision.
Hello, I'm your new planner in the Department of Planning, and I understand that I stand between us and bedtime, so I'm going to make this short. Let me open up my screen. All right. Are you seeing that?
Yes.
Okay, good. Let's open that up. Okay, I hope this is short because we publicly noticed it mid to late June and I've received no public comments about it. So hopefully this goes quickly. Okay, this is a preliminary subdivision, commercial subdivision plat request. It was seen on July 22nd by the Planning Commission and they recommend approval to the City Council. The applicant is Anderson, Wallen and Associates. Okay, here it is. We know it is the Shops. It's very large. It's about 56 acres. You can see the 22 lots there, the blue lines.
Jason, that has not opened up on the screen. We're just looking at your preliminary.
You're looking at my pretty face, huh?
No, we see the tiles on the side.
How about that?
You had it, it's gone. Maybe you can double click on screen or show and it'll come up on the screen, filling the whole screen.
Yeah, it's
I think your presentation might be on another screen.
Oh, okay. Show me how. I have help.
Presentation over that screen.
Yes, no?
No. We're getting your window.
What do you think? See, how do you get this open here? How about this?
I'm sorry, my mouse is not on. Can you see it now?
Yep, it's starting to come.
Is that good?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. See, new guy. Okay. Let's advance. Okay, 22 lots here at the Shops. There's all 22 lots. It's not all of them though. In the northeast corner, there's 2 parcels not included. It's approximately 56 acres. Okay, this is a large view of the entire 56 acres. Now, bottom line, what they're doing here with this preliminary subdivision plat is they're getting it prepared for commercial sale. And so to do that, they had to do some surveying on it, and they found some minor discrepancies with some of the lot lines and some of the easements. So what they're doing is correcting those. So this new plat will resolve some of those existing boundary discrepancies and form a more cohesive network that aligns with existing conditions on the ground. There's no changes with this plat to existing accesses, parking easements, to the buildings, anything like that. Here's 1 page of 8, so this is a very large plat. I wanted to show this one because it shows the detail of what they're doing on this 56 acres. They're resurveying the meets and bounds. They're making more accurate curve and line tables and calling out stuff with a little bit more accuracy. Now, some of these lot lines do go through some existing structures. That's unusual. but it's the building inspectors say that for this particular project, that's not an issue. This is one of two areas in Midvale that is in a flood hazard area. The other one's in Jordan Bluffs. And so one of the conditions that we're recommending is that they make a note that all future development will comply with the base flood elevation concerns. And I have talked to the applicant today, and he resubmitted stuff, a new plat with those markings on it. And that's satisfactory for the eventual final plat submission. Just a note that East Jordan Canal runs underneath this development. With all preliminary subdivision plats, we take the opportunity to get some perimeter landscaping. It's required in Title 16. And over time, we've looked at some old aerial photos, and this was at one point landscaped a little bit more. And I think what's happened is some trees have died and they just haven't been replaced over the last 20 years or so. Again, this is a condition that we're going to add for the final plat. I've talked to the applicant who's online now, and we're working out a plan that's going to include possibly 15 to about 20 trees around the whole perimeter in places that are lacking it. This is a current picture of Union Boulevard here, and we're going to put some trees in there. So pretty vanilla preliminary subdivision plat request. So let's move to the conditions. The first one, standard. The second one mentions that base flood of elevation that they have already satisfactorily added, and it's going to be submitted on the final plat. The second one is the issue about the trees, and I'm meeting with Jake, Mr. Tate, he's online, to put some trees in those areas, and then courtesy notices to all the utilities. So here's your motion. We recommend approval. And Mr. Tate is online for some questions.
Mr. Tate, do you have any questions or statements you'd like to address to the council?
I don't believe so. I think that was a very concise summary, and I'm just here to answer any of your questions. I think it's pretty straightforward. So if there's anything I can clarify or questions you have, I'm here for you.
Can you explain to me why we're doing this again, why we're subdividing this up? I don't really have a problem with it either way. I'm just trying to understand why we're doing this.
Yeah, you bet. As you've probably seen over the last couple of years, they're starting to, the owner, CCA, is trying to do some improvements and kind of upgrade, make things more fresh and kind of revitalize this area. Part of the subdivision plat allows us to do that. One of them, we are currently constructing a Cubby's that needs its own lot, and that's under construction right now on the fourth.
Is that next to Chili's? Is that the building?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. So development like that is facilitated by this is kind of the preliminary steps to things that are going to take place in the future. Some of it is actually, some of these lots will be sold off either to the tenants that are currently holding the leases on the properties or to investors, which will allow us to reinvest some of that money into the development and do some bigger things in the future.
Oh, so this will help, this could facilitate multiple owners on that area. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's really all I had. I was just more interested in that.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Other questions for Jake? All right. Well, this has been a neighbor to my house for over 50 years, so I'm keeping my eye on you, Jake.
All right, we'll get you some trees. How does that sound?
Hey, we got some trees. We need some new walls. Okay. Any public hearing on this? Any comments on the public hearing? Laura?
Yes, I have one public comment from Lorene Butler. Could a spot be built up around the Fort Union building in the middle of the property to provide an historical site? And that's the only public comment I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Always an issue in Union Fort. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing, please.
I motion we close the public hearing.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any questions or comments on that motion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Any opposed? Okay, the public hearing is closed. Someone like to tender a motion, please?
Mayor, based on compliance with the requirements of the Midvale City Municipal Code demonstrated in the application or addressed by conditions of approval, I move that we approve the 22 lot preliminary subdivision plat at approximately 1000 East Fort Union Boulevard with the following conditions of approval. 1, the applicant shall prepare a final subdivision plat to be reviewed and approved by the city engineer, fire marshal, and city council. 2, prior to recording the final subdivision plat, the applicant shall: A, the plat shall include the base flood elevation and boundary of the special flood hazard area identified on the applicable flood insurance rate map. Future development within the special flood hazard area shall be required to comply with the development standards of Chapter 8.11, including but not limited to elevating residential structures at least 1 foot above BFE, elevating or floodproofing non-residential structures at least 1 foot above BFE, and designing utility systems to minimize or eliminate the potential for flood damage. A note to this effect shall remain on the plat. B, install at least 1 2-inch caliber deciduous tree for every 30 feet of street frontage along the rights of way within or adjacent to the subdivision. All existing qualifying trees within 10 feet of the perimeter sidewalks in any grouping or cluster shall count towards this requirement. And C, provide evidence that courtesy notices have been sent to Dominion Energy, Rocky Mountain Power, Xfinity, Utopia, and CenturyLink regarding the utility easements on the subdivision plat prior to final approval.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any questions, comments on the motion? Rory, would you ask the questions, please?
Yes, Councilmember Sperry,
Aye.
Glover,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Brown,
Yes.
and Gettle.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our public hearings. We will now move to a consent agenda to consider minutes for July 21 and to consider resolution 2020 R33 authorizing the mayor to execute an e-prosecutor agreement and joinder agreement.
Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve that consent agenda. Any questions or comments? Rory?
Councilmember Glover,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
and Sperry.
Aye.
Thank you. We'll now have one action item, discuss an action regarding resolution number 2020 R34, approving a new 5-year agreement between Midvale City and the Ute Conference Incorporated Youth Football Program. Glenn. Tell us all you know about football, Glenn.
Okay, here we go. We've discussed this multiple times in the past, so I will make it very brief. But the 5-year agreement that we had with the Ute Conference expired in April of this year. The conference and the city have negotiated and agreed upon terms of a new 5-year contract that will expire in 2025. Most of the contracts stayed the same. There were kind of 4 major changes. The biggest change was the term lease was changed to rental, as we are not actually leasing the property, but renting it. There was verbiage added relating to the conference needing to adhere to public health order requirements associated with their events on city property. Storage facilities for the conference will be permitted with city approval. The current storage unit will be allowed to stay until we get into phase 2 of the park and cemetery expansion, and then we will work together on another option. There was some issues with signage. And in this contract, messaging is permitted on the city's electronic sign located in the park, and any other signage must be pre-approved by the city before installation by the conference. The city will continue to receive $5 per youth that signs up for the league. Last year's payment to the city was $460, so the financial impact is negligible on either side. Are there any questions up to this point?
Hey, Glenn, real quick, I remember Laura telling us there's a cost, like some sort of hidden cost associated with changing the messaging on the electronic sign. Is that true in this case?
I am not aware. Laura may be able to answer that. I don't know. And you're muted, Laura.
I can update the messaging on the signage very easily. The cost is when we want to create a fun, interesting graphic, like if you drive by right now, the water drop that we have. So if we want to create a fun graphic for harvest days or some important messaging, that costs, but just changing the message I could do in just a couple minutes.
Okay, so as long as they're not doing a digital Hail Mary on the sign.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to know for sure, but cool.
Okay, staff is recommending that that you approve this motion. In reading the recommended motion here, it appears I left off the last 3 words. So if you decide to move forward with it, please add youth football programming to the end of the motion.
Or any other 3 words we can think of.
Whatever you want.
Okay. I'm ready for a motion on this action item.
Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution number 2020 R34, approving the agreement between Bell City and the Ute Conference Incorporated Youth Football, allowing the use of city park space for youth football program.
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, Rory.
Councilmember Glover,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
and Sperry.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. That motion passes. We'll now move to a discussion item. Kane Loader, Park Recreation Facilities. Take your time. We've got all night.
Yeah, right. Not all night, but we'll be in tomorrow morning if we don't watch out. So we told the council in the last meeting that we would look further into opening facilities in the park besides the pickleball court and basketball court. Those were open last weekend, and Glenn and Levi have put together some costs. Per playground, we're looking at about $1,400 a week per playground. We have a total of 8 playgrounds in the city. Restrooms, it ranged anywhere from $1,400 a week to $4,200 a week. This is for an outside agency or company to come in and disinfect the equipment 4 times a day. Right now, I think what we're suggesting, because of those costs, I think we're suggesting to the council that we leave things closed as far as the rest of the facilities playgrounds, restrooms, and just obviously the splash pad, and just stick with what we have currently open, which are the pickleball courts and basketball courts. Number one, because we've only got a few weeks left. I think school starts in 2 weeks, so we'll see a lot less usage in our park when school starts. And we're already making provisions for, like the youth conference, to bring in restrooms in portable restrooms for when they're using the fields over at the park. So we're suggesting, rather than spending that kind of money, and just to remind the council, we have a very, very small crew when it comes to parks and recreation. We contract out our maintenance, our lawn landscape maintenance, but I think Glenn's got only 2 or 3 people that he can put towards any other kind of activity in the parks in there. And that includes the cemetery. And so when they have burials and those kind of things, they're pretty well taxed with the amount of personnel that they have. So our suggestion is, I think Glenn and Matt would both agree with me that our suggestion would be that we leave things closed for now while we're in this state of the COVID pandemic, and look to open spring, to try and look to a full opening in springtime. Any questions from the council?
On a slight aside, the school district was meeting tonight. They might have pushed back a week or two the start date. Has anyone heard? You just bringing school up. I knew that was going down tonight, but I haven't heard if it was pushed back to the end of August, early September.
I just know out where I live, they're talking going back on the 17th of August. So
yeah, I think Canyons was going to vote on that tonight, but just because you kind of brought that up in your analysis with the school, but I don't know what they decided.
I just think it's a lot of money that we would have to spend to open those facilities for a very short time. Now, we may consider having to do that next spring if we don't come out of this, and we still stay in this condition we're in.
Ryan, I just looked online. The news is reporting that Canyons pushed it back to August 24th.
So a week. Okay.
So
Sorry.
it's going to be the end of August?
Yeah.
August 24th is the start date now.
Kane, I kind of agree with what you're saying. The question I have is the grant money we got from the county, would that pay for all of this?
That possibly some of that could be used for this, yes. But right now, I think if I remember right, we've pretty much figured out that we're spending almost everything that we've been given, which is about a little over $900,000.
Okay, just a question is all.
But it would be eligible, I think, for that funding if we wanted to divert some of that funding to that.
Okay, any further questions on that discussion item? Thank you, Kane. Paul, we'll take your motion.
Motion to adjourn and get the heck out of here.
All right, we'll see you no later than next Tuesday night.
Right.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Everybody.
Night.
Good night.